back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How is everybody doing tonight? Welcome. Really quick, I want to give a shout out to the replay gang. Thank you guys so much for coming back, even though you missed the live party. The best part is the live party. So make sure every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, you are right here. And sometimes I go on whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe button, ring the bell. You know about all that good stuff. Before we jump in, I just want to give a thank you to the sponsor of the stream, MySickShirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. And of course, the only place to get your very own, the Indian Jesus official merch, only at MySickShirt.com. All right. We got some early in the building. Salty, what is good? And also, we've got Darshawn McAway. Well, you know what? I'm kind of feeling, you know what? Let's do this. Bring him on. There he is, D-Mac, a.k.a. Darshawn McAway. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
Man, what's going on? Does the audio sound good? We situated?
Great. Sounds great.
Yeah, shout out to all the top G's.
Hell yeah. So we are jumping back right in where we left off from the Brittany Renner and Andrew Tate panel with Just Pearly Things. We got through about half of it last time, so definitely if you missed that, go back after this and be part of that replay game. Darshawn, any thoughts about that first half that you had before we dive into the rest of it?
So one of the biggest things that I noticed was the ladies, for the most part, they were pretty quiet, right? And they were letting Andrew Tate kind of really just run with his premise. And he was pretty spot on for the most part. No disagreements from his point of view on how he's trying to like school the women, but you can tell that the women are still trying to be somewhat combative and like, hey, I still want to be my own woman. And that's not what men are saying. Men aren't saying you can't be your own woman. It's just that when you're with a guy, you're catering to that guy, not to be flaunting out to the rest of the world. And that's what the big misnomer is with the women that's on the panel. They still want to be out there flashing to the world and to make us believe that, okay, although I'm showing myself to the world, I'm still going to be committed to you. And it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, they just were not trying to hear it. So we got Kelly Green in the building. Welcome, buddy. Glad to have you here. And Kelly was here for the last one, so he knows exactly where we are diving in. So let's not keep him waiting, and let's dive right back in to where we left off. Oh, Jesus, come on. Struggle streaming. We're like right here.
You would not have to pay that. You would not have to pay that here. When you get divorced, she wouldn't be going for all the battle that she's going. It'd be simpler in England to get divorced than in America.
She will take your money, boys. In England, take your money. Don't get married. Have a parental partnership. Love your women. Pay whatever.
I just want to make a point. You know what you were saying? Get married.
This is where we left off. So Darshawn, if you just want to jump in, you can just say pause or whatever. I'll pause it.
Even Tate said himself. Men don't want to get married anymore.
Why are you not telling what he's saying? Why are you not twisting what he's saying? You're not even listening to what he's saying.
It's not attractive anymore. It's not a lot for men.
Can you turn that audio up a little bit?
That's just I think that we had this issue yesterday. This was it's the video. This is as loud as it goes. Okay. Unfortunately.
Okay, no problem.
You guys can hear it okay out there, right?
No, I'm not. He literally said, didn't you say that men are scared of getting married now?
What, yeah, okay, but why?
Because, like you said, with child support, they feel like there's no advantage.
And alimony.
If they don't get married, it's not that simple because men don't want to marry you.
Okay, so let's analyze that point. And first thing, back to the child support thing. What's actually interesting to talk about is there's a lot of countries in the world where there is no child support system and it functions, right? So you have to, if you want to pay attention to actually, learn about society as a whole, it's very interesting to study all the different societies and economies in which there is no child support and children don't die. I mean, people get divorced and they still find.
Well, that's Frozen. That's a good point. Is that it's not like in countries that you don't get the golden parachute, as they refer to it, that, it's just that children are dying in the streets. So this idea that you need, this type of money from the, not directly from the government, but the government telling you that they have to give you that money. It's Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, but it's not as it's definitely being abused by women like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, the child support system, man, it's one of those things to where I understand why it's in play, but when people go through like their separation or somebody doesn't want to be with each other, they use that child support system to really like dig into the other person's pockets like intentionally.
Yeah, and that's what the we were talking last time about no fault divorce, and that's what's going to happen when you add incentives. That's what's going to happen.
A way to function, and it's interesting. It's a very long conversation because it extrapolates about how the whole society works as a whole. That's the first point. Second thing, I'll actually sit here and argue the point that I don't think any man really ever wants to get married. I think that women convince him to get married, and I think that any woman who is genuinely serious about convincing her man to get married could do it. I don't think in the modern world, at least, men wake up and go, can't wait to get married. But what they do is they get a chick who's so good and ticks so many boxes and makes them so happy, and she'll sit there and say, you know what? It would mean the world to me. Please.
Pause. Pause. Pause.
Yeah, go ahead, because
all right. So he makes a good point, right? Because I wouldn't say that that's what my notion was, but my wife checked off so many boxes from all the other girls. I was like, you know what? I'll have the conversation with her, see if marriage is something that she's interested in. If she doesn't show any interest, I'm not going to push the issue. But we had been together so long where it made it appropriate and things kind of lined up. But men don't wake up thinking like, hey, I want to marry this chick. You kind of are looking for somebody to be with, but it's not marriage at the forefront of your mind, though.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is that I don't know. I guess it depends on where a lot of things. Like if you have that if you've seen that in your own family, just a lot of different things. Like I always grew up thinking about getting married, thinking about having a family. It's not something I would say like, oh, I dreamed about it since I was a little girl. But the notion of men not wanting to get married is not that we don't want to be married. It's the things we were just talking about, the golden parachute. But I want to ask you specifically, since you are married yourself, was that what Tate was just saying? How the women trying to break the man down? Does that sound like your relationship?
Okay, so that's not my previous relationship, but it did happen before. I had tried to get married twice before, and it was one of those things where it was a little bit of pressure. Like, hey, I'm showing you all this stuff. Why don't you marry me? So I do understand where he's coming from with that. So it has happened to me before.
Hold on one second. We got Mike in the building. Welcome, brother. So the man has incentive to keep marriage going, and the woman has the incentive of getting a divorce.
Right.
Yep. Unfortunately, that's what all this stuff does. But I'm sorry, you were saying.
I was saying that I had a girl propose to me. I had two women propose to me back when in my early 20s, and it turned me off. But I wasn't ready at the time either.
That's interesting. And getting to propose, I've never been. We live very different lives. But speaking of which, while I have you up here, and as we're watching this stuff, why don't you tell the people a little bit about why you are qualified to be talking about this stuff?
Awesome. All right. So I am a best-selling author. I've written over 35 books. Most of my books consist of relationship books on self-help. And I'm currently married and I have a child. So that's one thing off of the experience. But beforehand, I used to talk to a lot of women to find out like, hey, what it is that you want from us men. And I would basically like kind of chameleonize myself to cater to that woman. And then I kind of realized that, you know what, she'll never be happy in that sense. So those are my qualifications. I come from I would say a sexual checkered past, something that I'm kind of proud of, but not too much,
Hey, I would be if I had one. But awesome. So that's what we're getting here. My opinions I think are great and awesome, but I don't have any. I don't have a wife. I don't have kids. I don't have a family. So it only goes so far. So we have Dashawn here to make sure that I am not talking out my ass.
Right.
All right. Let's dive back in.
And that's what happens. So I still think you can convince 99.9% of men to marry you. The point I was making is the society isn't convincing the man to marry you. It's not like it used to be where the man believed he had to be married. Society's done the opposite. So it's your job as a woman to make it clear to him that it is worthwhile. Once again,
Well, even on that point, it's on the. I mean, it's largely on the women for opening up the avenue for men to get what men are looking for without marriage. You know, the old thing, why would you buy the cow when you get the milk for free?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that women shouldn't have the freedom to express themselves sexually as they want to. It's just that they don't understand or take the time to understand or care to understand what the effects of doing that actually are.
Right. You know, I wrote about this, and I dislike to be this person that's going to keep on dropping the book, but I wrote about this in my book, Girlfriend versus Wife Duties. And I talk about that whole milking the cow for free. Okay, so if a man can get with you sexually before marriage, you're an adult. That's just what y'all can do. But if you can hold out, then it just shows the man that you haven't been giving it up to everybody. And we would appreciate that. But if you have two people that got good faith and they go ahead and jump each other's bones and they really try to work something out, then marriage is at the conclusion of that type of relationship, you know. But again, it's one of those things to where it's like it seems like people just want to jump into getting married, and it's really not something that you can just jump into. It's really like a serious commitment when it comes to like children and family.
Yeah, and it seems to me like women more often are looking for both the wedding itself and the Instagram lifestyle, but all the stuff in between, they're like, I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
So oh yeah, it's just a little bit of spam. So yeah, let's dive back in.
Convince a man it's worthwhile for him to say that's my wife. Status. That's how you do it. This is a misunderstood hack to men as a whole. Is status. If you can say
status,
if you can convince that man, but by marrying you, his status will increase amongst his peers. He's going to do it. And for anyone out here who disagrees with me, the things men do for status, let's actually analyze how baseline men are. What is status? Status is respect, right? Men kill over respect. Gangs kill each other over respect. A man will smash another man's face in for himself. We will die for respect and status. You tell me we won't get married? We'll die for it. We'll go to the front line of a war, and the only reason we don't walk away and abandon our post as artillery shells rain is because we're afraid of being mocked for being a coward. We'll die for status. So status is what it's all about. It's what it's always been about. You want a man to marry you, status. And it's the same thing with nearly anything you want to do with a man. I don't know anything about your personal life. I'll be honest, I don't know, right? But I'll tell you this now. If this dude, this NBA player, believed that he would be higher respected amongst his peers and amongst society for taking care of you properly, that's what he'd fucking do. He doesn't feel that because either he's rolling with the wrong people or you've pissed him off in a way or something public's happened. I don't have a clue. But something's happened where he feels like if I take care of her.
Pause. This is the part I was telling you about on your last stream where he starts to read Brittany about why PJ isn't involved in her life, like why she's going through that battle.
That's PJ Washington.
PJ Washington, her baby father. And he's reading her like a book. And if he's correct about what he's saying, that he doesn't know anything about her, I mean, he read her straight up and down, man.
All right, I'm ready.
I'll look like a bitch. That's what he's scared of. If it was inversed, he had no problem giving you money. Because that's how men function. I'm telling you right now, as a man, I'm telling you what I would do. If I had a chick with a woman, right? And she went on the news, top G's this and fucking, like I said, I have no idea what you've done. I'm giving my personal made-up scenario. She would go on the news, top G's this, and he fucking lied to me. He's a piece of shit. And then I bought her a Bentley. Women was like, well, look, she insults top G, she insults him, he's a simp. But if she was like, you know what, he's misunderstood. He's a good guy. It just didn't work out. I bet she'd be in a mansion, right? And would that be me being a nice guy, caring about her? Or let's be honest, would it be me being a selfish piece of shit dude and say, what makes me look better? Men are all about things. This is how we function.
Interesting point there.
Society, this is where it extrapolates, it gets interesting. When society with this new thing has destroyed all of the baseline humanities and baseline understandings of how men interact with women. And now all the things we previously understood about what made a good man, what made a good woman, and how we should act together and how we should interact has been erased. Of course men are acting like dickheads, and of course women are doing wrong things, so nothing makes sense.
Guys, if you could do me a huge favor, the biggest thing that helps push these in the algorithm is hitting that like button. Let's get this party popping. It's just, that's it, and you're done.
Anymore. You're taking the chessboard and move all the fucking pieces around. Nobody gets it. It should be very simple. I'm a man. I work hard. I take care of my woman. I'm the man of the house. She treats me with respect. She would never insult me or raise her voice to me in front of other people. She's a problem. She brings it to me in private. We act as a team. We work together. If we break up, she was a good woman to me. She fulfilled her role as the best she possibly could. I'm still a man. I'm going to take care of her. But all of that is gone. All of it's gone. All of it. And it's gone because of all the ideas we were discussing earlier. The feminism, the new age bullshit, fucking dudes left and right and center. All these things, all these baseline things have eroded society to the point where now you have men ignoring their paternal instinct. You have men who will sit there and go, "That's my child. Fuck her." That's actually a massive observation to make about how fucked up society is, and it shouldn't be that way because men in a lot of the world are not like that. And so you have to look at all these small things. The small things we talk about, it's no big deal. She goes on boats in Miami, it's no big deal. It is a big deal because now that dude ain't gonna want to fucking pay child support because you were on those fucking boats with the other team.
And the thing is that,
and that's exactly what I was just saying about the wanting to live that lifestyle, and you should be free to live that lifestyle, but understanding what comes with living that lifestyle.
Yeah.
And it's just zero accountability.
Listen, he read her situation like a book. What she forgot, or what a lot of the world forgot, when Brittany Renner went on to DJ Academics and Kevin Samuel's show, rest in peace, KS, right? She had basically dissed PJ, basically saying that she fell in love with him, she was staying with him, but he started cheating. So she already started like shaming his name in the public. So if you go to this current situation now where she's saying she's paying $50,000 in court costs and stuff like that, of course he's not going to want to take care of her. You're dissing me in the public eye. You're making yourself seem good, but you're making me seem like a piece of shit. And
that's not even dating stuff. That's just humanity. That's just social. If you're fucking with me, why would I help you out?
Mm-hmm.
It's just that simple. But I mean, apparently not. Apparently not.
Do you think that men?
That was well said, Sagittarius.
Do you think that men marry for like high status families? Like I'm thinking of like Ivanka Trump. Like would someone marry a girl for like status in that way?
Well, that is one of the most. I mean, if you look at arranged marriages, it's all for status, right? That's an example. But men primarily marry for. I'd argue that men, and I say this about men, but women do the same thing, right? Women love the idea of getting status.
Nobody's gonna like the video. Come on, guys.
From a man. Women love the idea, and this is where it actually gets a bit messy. The waters get muddy because women love the idea of bragging about the man they're with, but they can only brag about the man they're with if other women want that man. So you're saying you love women who get cheated, women love getting cheated on. That's not true. But women do not like men that other women don't want. If you were to say, "Look, I got my man, he's perfect, he's rich," and every girl in the room would go, "I would never touch him."
And that is why a lot of this stuff, even though the flashy clips and the stuff that you'll see on TikTok is easily seen as toxically masculine or whatever, but at the core of the message, it's saying, men, you have to do better. There's a content creator, Better Bachelor, who's a MGTOW guy, and I used to watch a lot of his stuff back in the day, but it just got kind of boring. I mean, he kind of talks about the MGTOW message and that he lives in a van and that's about it. But he got, when I was first learning about red pill stuff, he gave me a lot of good information. But there was something that I think we covered. Maybe I don't think it was this particular video, but it was something else where Tate was just telling men, like, a lot of you are losers. And I was like, yes, a lot of us, me included, are losers in this respect, that respect, whatever. It doesn't mean we're worthless people, but it comes at or it's a default as a man that you have to measure up and perform. And it just doesn't work that way for women.
So that Better Bachelor guy, is he like does he like complain about women and saying that, hey, no matter how good you are, you're never going to find the right one, or you're never going to get through to them?
No, that's more of a black pill thing. He's just saying, like, look, if you want to go out there and use the dating apps and try a cold approach and do all this stuff, sure, go for it. But there's a lot that comes with that. And for him speaking, me personally, I'm just good with, my hobbies and my YouTube channel and doing my thing. Yeah. And originally, because I was just out of a relationship where I got my heart shattered by being a beta. And so I was looking for that. I was looking for that type of message. But as I kind of got over that and realized that I don't want to take myself out of the dating market completely, just maybe temporarily while I get my game up, then I started to depart from his message. So no, he's not black pilled in that sense where it's like, oh, there's no point unless you're a Giga Chad. But it's like one step away from that.
Yeah.
So it's not for me.
Well, I would say in a different time that Britney's situation is unfortunate, but I actually kind of laugh and scoff at it because she knew that this was going to come. She just was trying to what was it, like trying to avoid it and say, no, it's going to be better. I'm going to find whoever I want, but it's kind of funny, man. It's funny.
Good luck with that, hon.
Yeah.
She's like, oh shit. Oh, I don't want to meet her then. What the fuck?
But
is
you
that?
know, can I add on top of that?
But it's true, right?
No.
Women want men that all the women want.
Do you know what's the best man that woman wants? Is the one that every girl wants, but he doesn't want them.
Okay.
The selective man.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's more
exactly. But
valuable
that's
than the
the
top
problem.
G
But
that
that's-
wants every
You're
hoe.
saying
That's
that.
See, this woman in the middle here, she is she's wise, but she's a perfect example of what that doesn't really make us any bigger, does it? We may as well just stay here. I'm sorry, I'm playing around with it. I like that one.
That's
So
all right.
she's wise with this stuff, but you can tell that even though that is the case, there's so much of this feminist brainwashing that goes on that's where the disconnect is. It's
Yeah.
the lies about society in general, and it's frustrating because she could be, and I'm sure she's extremely smart and successful in her own right, but when it comes to this stuff, you can't take on top G,
Yeah. Well, I forgot her name, Duvernay or something like that. She's just I watched her enough to know that she's a chameleon on the level of she'll be submissive to a guy who she wants to be submissive to
Mm.
if he's like a top G. If you've been paying attention to this whole interview, she's been kind of catering to Andrew Tate a lot, but she really is kind of combative. She's one of those type of women that, yeah, she's smart, she looks good, but at the same time, if you end up in a relationship with her, she's going to be the one to tell you, you can't tell me what to do, and I don't respect you.
So let's break that up, break into that a little bit. Do
Yeah.
you think, because the typical red pill thing is that for women you have to be you have to be submissive and this. Do you think there is any validity to the notion for women to be like, well, a lot of these dudes, as we were just saying that I agreed with Andrew Tate, a lot of these dudes are losers. So maybe I should wait until you prove yourself, and then I can slip into my submissive, feminine, whatever. Do you think that makes sense for women, or is it just hurting
No,
them more than it's helping?
no, it's going to hurt them more than it's going to help because everybody still has like the wrong definition of submission. The submission part is almost in the sense of being agreeable with your husband. You don't I'm not going to submit to just some random woman, like, because the husband has to submit to the wife and the wife has to submit to the husband. That's just communication. That's all that really is
Mm.
communication, no disrespect. They look at submission as something as they're going to be a slave. And again, I talk about this in my book, Girlfriend versus Wife Duties. That's why I put the duties on there. They're looking at it as a duty. Oh, I got to serve him. I got to be at his beck and call. No, you just have to work with your husband. That's all that is. You have to be cooperative with your husband. You got to communicate. And that's a part of you being submissive, because when you have a disagreement, okay, it shouldn't be an argument. I just disagree on that point, but we should be able to move on from there and come to an agreement, not even a compromise. We should be able to come to an agreement. And that's the submissive that they're talking about.
That clears a lot of things up, because again, as I haven't really dove back into the dating world that much since I discovered all this red pill stuff. So I haven't really put it too much into practice. And there obviously, if you're an Andrew Tate or if you're a Kevin Samuels, rest in peace to the great. If you're one of these guys, then as an entertainer, you're also going to want to use the type of words that are going to get people to engage. Kelly digs that. I do too. Hell yeah. And so using words like being submissive and this and that will work in terms of views and engagement and stuff like that. But in terms of actually bringing out the message and delivering the message to the people who need it in a way that they can understand it, I'm with Kelly. I dig that. I think that's a way better way to talk about it, because how long have women talking about, oh, my man needs to communicate, he needs to open up. And so if that's really all we're talking about, but it's just like, okay, well, we're going to do that, but it's not going to work exactly the way that you want it. It's a little bit different than what you're expecting.
Yeah.
I think if people heard it like that, it would be much more well received.
Yeah, for sure.
back in.
Fancy.
I
But
just
Tate,
No, that's
you're
not
saying
the
that
fancy,
men are
that's
now
not the
polygamous
selective.
and women should accept that. That's the problem. Men are continuously disrespecting their woman. Like, yeah, you know what? You can't be with one woman. Now you want to keep cheating with all these
but
different women.
that's not what he said.
No, no, no,
He's saying
no,
if
no,
you're
no.
gonna go, if you're gonna go for a high status guy, if you're gonna go for the top 5% of guys, that's what comes with it. And if
Yeah,
not,
but
they go for the
that's-
average guy.
Can I just say that before?
So is it okay for average guys to stick with one woman then?
It's not about okay. It's okay for anyone to do whatever they want. I'm
Right.
not sitting here saying what's okay and what isn't okay. What I'm talking about is observations about the baseline realities of how humans function. What I'm telling is that you give a man unlimited options, like the men at the top of society have, on a long enough time scale, he will explore said options. That is a fact. Like I said earlier, you can walk into a car garage and buy a Nissan, and that's reliable and it'll never let you down. Or you can buy a McLaren. You cannot sit like women do and go, I want the McLaren that's reliable like the Nissan. Well, guess fucking what? That's not real. So you
Yeah, Mike says if you're beta, it's almost impossible for a woman to submit because she doesn't feel safe. That is a huge part of the submission, is that you have to, as the man, fill that role. So if she doesn't feel physically safe, if she doesn't feel financially safe, and I mean, emotionally it gets kind of muddy because women don't fuck they want anyway. But Mike, you are on point here. I think that.
Yeah, so about the safe part, I think one of the biggest things that a woman can kind of come to a conclusion is if there's a confrontation and your boyfriend or fiance or husband doesn't kind of like stand up for you, then you can kind of determine how safe you're going to be in the future. If he could talk to the person without having a confrontation, but make you feel like, hey, you're going to be okay, then you got somebody that's got your best interest. Excuse me. I had a situation about 3 weeks ago where this guy bumped into my car. I rolled down my window. I said, hey, are you going to say excuse me? And he was like, well, if I knew that you was in there, I would have said so. I said, well, I'm here right now. Now, mind you, my wife's in the car and my daughter's in the car. So I asked them, I said, do y'all feel scared? They said, no. I said, all right, let me go talk to the zoo. Let me go handle this. Because you bumped into my car, but yet you're sitting up here telling me if you knew that I was in there, that you would apologize. I'm in here, so apologize.
Yeah.
So
through.
he ended up apologizing later because, he had his family, I had my family. So now that's a bump up for security from my wife. Like, okay, I know he can handle his business, because I wasn't trying to go to jail, but it's just a
Never
car
are.
too.
That's right. That's right. And that's always an interesting situation of like all of these things that we're talking about come down to balance. You have to be able to balance being the big, strong man and also balance, like you were talking about earlier, communication. You have to balance, the fact that you stop before you engage with this guy to look to your family. And even though we would say, no, we're not going to say D's nuts, but welcome to the party. Zavi FN. I like the name. Welcome. Welcome. But instead of, just jumping into action, you check in with your family. And it's not, even though they are, they look at you as the leader, that doesn't mean that you're just going around doing whatever the fuck you want and they got to deal with it.
Right.
And again, that the message of communication over specifically that word submission. We know that is a hot button buzzword, and it doesn't help anybody when we try to talk about it.
Right.
You have to choose.
Can I
You
ask you
have to
something,
pick.
Mr. Tate? Can I ask you something?
I wanna go
Years
next.
ago, right? Do you think it makes a difference? Because years ago, if you want to meet a man, you go out there, you actually talk. But now you meet a guy, he can go and check out your IG and see what you're all about. Don't you think that by then being able to look and see what you're all about, that makes a difference to how they perceive you?
100%. I think society is fundamentally
Yup.
and utterly broken. I think the way that men and women interact is broken.
I mean, let's dive into that too, because maybe actually, I'm interested in your opinion on this because as a married man who was married before all of this Instagram culture and Tinder culture specifically came about, the notion that you're putting this, that, and everything just out there. There's one that is an automatic pass for me, and a lot of men, and a lot of women will just talk about, oh, it's just my expression, it's just everybody's doing it, and da 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 da. It's like, okay, maybe everybody is doing it, but I'm not with everybody. That's the difference. If you want to be with me, then you got to be different. If you want to be like everybody else, there's a reason I'm single right now.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Well, listen, let me tell you something. This is what I would say. And this is why I'm kind of like, I balance in the middle of all this. if you run into a chick that has all of her pictures out on social media, you have to take her for what that is. And
Yep.
that's a fun girl. You have fun with that. Now, if you find a woman who has social media and it's either private or if it's open, it's like business stuff or it's family stuff, then that's a person who understands how to move in the digital world. But the people who are like thotting it out and shaking it, have fun with that. Just be where you can be with that, but don't take that serious. Because
Absolutely.
you're not going to get anything else but that in your relationship. Because she's going to tell you that you're insecure, and she's going to have you be her photographer, and she's going to be shaking and taking pictures of food, and you're going to be on the other side of the camera. I mean,
Yep.
it's that's
One
just what
with
it's
the
going
one
to
with the
be.
hand where she's running and you gotta put your hand out and take the picture while you have your hand. Oh man,
Yeah.
I've been there. I've been there. I've done it. I did it. I don't like it. No, never, never again. Never again.
That men are broken. I think that women are broken. I think everything is completely fucked, genuinely. And this is where we go into the small things. We're talking about status. You're right about IG. If I go on a date with a girl and I look at her Instagram page, I'm sitting there thinking, does this make me look good or bad? Yes, I want her to be hot. Yes, I want her to have followers. Yes, I want everyone chasing her. But what's that caption about fucking city life? What's this about? What's that? That's not, nah, that puts me off, right? So
Balance.
it's interesting. What's also interesting is the majority of women don't have a clue in the modern world what men find attractive. So we said earlier in the very beginning of this podcast about men who want their dick sucked, all this bullshit. Men don't, that's not attractive to men. We don't want any of that. Most women.
I mean, well, hold on. I mean, I'm not saying we don't want any of that, but that's not necessarily at the top of the list.
Yeah.
If it's not, it's only. Tell me if you agree with this. It's only at the top of the list when it becomes a problem.
Yeah, of course.
It's only at the top of the list when it becomes a problem, because the whole narrative here is that men want many women, and so the sexually, so that aspect of it is important. But the important part about the important part about you as a woman is everything else, because I can have sex with any woman. The reason I would choose you is everything outside of that.
Right. And that's something that they haven't figured out for themselves, which is why a lot of women don't know how to be a wife, And it's something that it can be learned, but after you've been like a stripper or something or thought it out too much, it's kind of hard to pull back the reins and not be a hot girl, a city girl, because being a wife, you have to stand behind your husband and let him shine. And a lot of women still want the shine themselves.
Facts. All right.
To say, how do you attract a man? They wouldn't have a Scooby-Doo. They wouldn't have an idea.
I know. They want a submissive woman.
Hello,
She cooks for him. Give him some massage. Feed him great.
It's not
Pat his hair.
It's not just about that. One of the important things for being a man, especially in a relationship, is we want to be our woman. If I have a woman and I love her, I want to be her portal to the world. I want her to experience things through me and see things through me.
If I'm with a woman, I want to be her portal to the world.
Right.
That's a I need a minute to sit on that, because that's exactly, I mean, I would never be able to articulate that way. What does that mean to you?
That means leading by example. She's following your lead. It was a great example he gave one time about having a woman be on a private jet for the first time, but through him, it's just one of those moments to where you see like, oh, she sees that I can do whatever for her and I'll do whatever. So I want to be that portal through her. But you're not. See, this is going to sound like romanticness, simpness. When you're the dude that's doing everything in your life, when you're that dude, you don't mind doing it for the woman that you're with. You would do that for your family. It's different if you're the dude who hasn't made any commitment to the girl and you just taking her everywhere and she's just looking at you as a cash cow. It's totally different. When you're a married man, that's approved of, because that's who you're going to be with. That's your emergency contact. So why wouldn't you do certain things for her? She's been taking care of the kids. She's taking care of the house. She's facilitating some of the business deals. Yeah, you do whatever for your wife, man.
Absolutely. And it's it's difficult in the same way, where I was thinking when I asked you if it would make sense for a woman to at least think that, okay, I'm gonna put my walls up, and then if he proves himself, then I'm gonna be submissive. It's the same way around for dudes. Like, you can't just expect that, like, oh, if a woman came around, like, I would get my shit together. It's like, bro, it don't work like that. It don't work like that.
Yeah.
So
And-
it goes both ways.
And also too, that proven thing, you can only prove so much because you still have to continue to live life. The real test comes from when either one of you gets sick, and is that other person going to stay there with you? That's the real test, right? The real test is that person going to be there with you when you're not making any money? You're the breadwinner, but the money's falling down. Is she still going to stick it out with you while you're kind of sick or in the hospital? If she hauls tail, then that's not the one. And vice versa. If the man dips on you, that's not the dude for you.
Nope. Well said. Well said. All right. So being the portal to experience things through me and see things through me.
So for that, I need a degree of innocence and purity for her. I want to be the first person to put her on a private jet. I want her to go.
That and this is what you were just saying about being on a private jet. I'm not necessarily. I also, now that it's not like I'm like, oh yeah, I want that too. But that's always something that men have wanted, and I just personally never heard it articulated that way. But while I'm not necessarily going to be able to enjoy the experience of seeing this woman or that one on a private jet for the first time anytime soon, the point of it is the experience. And so maybe it's your favorite movie and you're just at home and watching Netflix and being able to have a list of movies. It's like, yo, you never saw that? We're going to enjoy this. And it's going to enrich the conversation. And that's just a silly little example. A restaurant, it could be, and go all the way up. It could be the private jet. It could be the destination you're getting to with the private jet. But that's what we're talking about. And if you've done all of the things already, then it's like, what's there for me?
Yeah, what's new?
When I was dating this single mom, the one that threw me into the red pill by her actions, she was a single mother, and I just am not prepared to be a stepfather. I'm just mostly because of desire. I just don't want that. But I want a girlfriend who's going to be able to be a girlfriend. If we want to go away to to Atlantic City, I live in Jersey. If we want to zip down to Atlantic City for the weekend, that's not a private jet. But if you've been on all these trips with all these different dudes, then it weakens a little bit. Now, I'm not saying don't have fun because and wait for me. Balance.
Yeah.
Just balance.
Yeah.
That's all.
On the jet and go, wow, I did it. Oh, you took me. It's like you wouldn't want to give someone a Christmas present if they had 10 presents better than you beforehand.
Yeah,
would you?
like,
It's like, well, duh.
Yeah.
So as a man,
Exactly.
so as a woman, what makes you attractive to a man to a degree is your innocence and your purity. This is very important. And it can go down to very basic, simple things. I'll tell you, if I walk in a club, do you know who the hottest girl in the club? It's the girl who isn't dancing, isn't twerking on a fucking stage, not surrounded by dudes. When girls want male attention in the club, they start drinking, twerking. That is the most revolting haram bullshit. I don't want to be with you. If you show me a girl sitting in the corner, shy, I'm like, good, she hasn't experienced too much life. I can show her things. And also, not just show her things. This is a very important point that I get attacked by the Matrix for because they completely misunderstand me on purpose. As a man, if I'm out here...
Hey, guys, check this out. We got a death threat in the chat. That's cute.
What does it say?
I mean, we don't got to read it all, but
okay.
Starting with Kanye West and ending with we're into. So, all right, bro. Thanks for letting us know.
Struggling and leading, I'm trying to lead my household. I also want a woman who shares my values. I want to a degree to educate my woman and show her things and for her to agree with me. Like you said earlier, looking for a male role model. You want to be a role model to your woman. If she's too experienced with life, it's difficult to be a role model. If she's sitting there shy and quiet, you can come along and say, no,
What did I say?
Don't take the fucking vaccine. Listen to me. And you can be a role model for her. You can't do that for a woman who knows too fucking much, knows too many dudes, been too many places. So it's this degree of purity that we're looking for that's super important.
Is that not exactly what I just said?
Mm-hmm.
I'm becoming a top G. It's happening.
There you go.
Curious. If she's like done too many things, that's like bad, right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm not even talking sexually, like been on a private jet. Yeah. I'm curious because I lived.
But how do you get on a private jet without sucking dick?
Oh, I was just curious because my dad's part of like he's top like 1% in terms of like income, and I was just curious, is it different if you did stuff with your dad?
Well, no, that's fine.
No, not like that. Not sexual. No, I'm not like
He's a private jet.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying. Well, I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
But my point is that we're looking for a true
Not anymore. Now it's a quote from you, homie.
degree of innocence is how females, and it's that innocence is going to feel protective over them, and that the protectiveness is going to make us be good men.
Mhm.
Okay.
So when we're looking at society as a whole and how broken it is, I understand that men have a massive role to play. Women have a massive role to play, but a lot of the paternal instincts and instinctual behaviors of men, because the instinctual behavior of men is to die for his woman. Like someone comes to try
Yep.
to take her, pull a sword, die to defend her, right?
And what even on a smaller scale, again, what did Darshan do before when somebody hit his car? Before he engaged with that situation, where I'm sure he can handle himself physically.
Yeah.
He checked in with his family. Balance. I think that's the theme of the night. Balance.
If you're going through life and you find that men don't really feel about you that way, that's because a lot of their instinct is being eroded by the fact that you, like you said, they look through your IG or they look through your life and you've lived so much life, and they just feel like there's nothing new I can bring to this girl's reality.
But I don't feel like that's true though, because like I think it's like I get what you're saying to a degree, right? But it's like you could be on a private jet 10 times, but it's gonna be special because it's with you.
No,
Is it though?
for him it isn't. Not for him. For him it's special because it's your first time. Because men, maybe it's a biological predisposition, maybe it's just the way we're designed, but let's tie it back to sex. Virginity, first time. It's not that you've done it, it's that you've done it with the first time with me. That's what is important. It's experience as a whole that men find, it's just the truth. Call me misogynistic, cancel me, whatever. I'm telling the truth, I always have done. It's experience of life as a whole that men, to a degree, find off-putting. We don't want a woman who's had a bunch of trauma, had a bunch of experiences, done a bunch of shit, knows a bunch of people, been a bunch of places. That's the absolute opposite of what we want. We want the complete polar opposite of that. And what's funny is women want men who have done those things. I'll tell you right now.
As he's saying this goes back to what I was saying in the last stream, where I had an experience where I was thinking I was being contemplative and I wanted to make sure I was being a good person. It's kind of a thing that I do. And I realized that I was talking to this girl, and one of my this was a while ago. She was somebody that went to my high school. I was talking to her, flirting, whatever, on whatever social media. And my boy tells me, like, yo, she got ran through back in the day. Like, and it just kind of like, I'm good.
Yeah.
And so then I went to some of my other female friends and like, is that misogynistic of me? Is that wrong of me? And they're all like, yeah, that's terrible. You should. And it's that type of thinking that got me into that relationship, which now has me watching Andrew Tate. So ladies, do with that what you will.
Yeah.
Do with that what you will. It's you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Right.
Go out there and find a virgin woman and say, do you want to have your first boyfriend? Do you want to lose your virginity to a virgin man or a man who's had a couple girls? She'll choose a dude with experience as a virgin herself. Experience is always coveted and respected in men. It's the opposite in women.
That's true.
It's true. So we have to look at how fucked up the world is. Women, especially between their 18 and 28, or 18 and 25, let's say, are living these crazy lifestyles, these crazy lives with the most important people, richest people on the planet, doing everything that can be experienced under the sun.
I would say it's going past 25 now. I mean, you're seeing people who are especially with surgeries and Instagram filters deep into your 30s.
Oh yeah.
You can still be at least trying to live this life. And the sad thing is there are dudes who will play along.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so again, at the end of the day, we can't blame the women for just, cleaning up.
Right. Yeah.
Their problem is not that they're doing anything wrong, immoral. It's that they're doing things that will damage their future.
Well, again, Brittany is a perfect example of this. I think she said she's 30 and she was having the time of her life after she got out of her 4-year relationship, like at 21. So, and then she made up the excuse of saying how disgusted she was by doing things with other people. But it's like she knew that it was going to be something that was going to happen. And unfortunately for her, she ends up with a child, which kind of seems like a little regret on her part, because she thought she was going to nail the NBA player. Because when you hear her in interviews, she makes it seem as though he was the one that did wrong when she knew his lifestyle, but he had to accept who she was on Instagram. And that's something that just doesn't match up.
Yeah. And it's, but at the end of the day, she did win. Because she got those genetics, she has that child, and I mean I don't know the details of their relationship and payments and stuff like that, but that's the game, is it not?
Well, when you say she won, did she though? Because here's the thing. Here's what she's dealing with. I'm telling you, this is the fact. What she's dealing with is she knows that she's pretty, she's attractive, but why doesn't anybody want to keep me? That's not a win. That's a loss. Everybody had a piece of her. Now she's trying to find out because she asked Andrew Tate at some point, what do I do with my life next? What do I do moving forward? So, yeah, she may win getting some money, but she also realizes that as attractive as she is, nobody wants to be with her. Nobody wants to stay committed to her.
I definitely agree with that. I guess in the scale of single mothers,
Right.
in the scale of getting the best genetics,
Right.
and again, I don't know what the money situation is between them, but I'm sure she's getting paid. So compared to most other single mothers in the entire country, the entire world, then she's definitely out ahead. But even to your point, even though that is the case, she's still 30 years old and has no idea what to do with her life.
Yep.
And you hear her on this this panel, and we watched the unfortunately boring conversation between the two ladies because she's now hit the wall. She's now realized all this stuff, and that's not anything new. We know that the hot girl summer only lasts until, depending on your genetics, somewhere between 28 and 32 or whatever, you know. And again, I was talking about the Instagram filters and your BBL or whatever might extend that, but eventually you hit that wall. And until you hit the wall, you have no idea what it's like on the other side of that wall.
Yep.
But when you do get on the other side of that wall, then it's like, oh, all the things that these guys were saying, all the things that these older women like Auntie on the panel here, all the things they were saying were actually right. Even though I had a good ass time, I fucked myself.
Yep.
Pun intended.
Yeah.
And then at 29, 30, some dude's expected to come along, know he's second place to X, Y, Z, and be happy with that, and not allow it to hurt his ego, and sit there and pick it up and put a fucking brave face on. It kills him every day inside. That's the reality. He's in love with you.
Thank you for the likes, guys.
And you've been fucking where with fucking who? I can't afford a jet. I'm Joe Schmo.
Okay.
That fucking breaks their hearts.
Do you think that hosts never be turned into housewives?
Okay, I'll answer that question. And the answer is actually,
I wish
truthfully, yes.
Go ahead, say.
Ooh. Well, no, I was gonna do a panel or a poll of whether you think you could turn a hoe into a housewife, but that's whatever. But he's saying yes. So before he goes into why specifically, talking about the you've written about this in your book, Girlfriend versus Wife Duties. Do you think you can turn a 304 into wifey?
You can, but the first thing I would think about just for myself, why would you want to? That's my whole thing. So you can, because let me just go into a little story. I used to date exotic dancers, and they wanted to be wife material. As a matter of fact, those are one of the girls who kind of proposed to me, and I was like, that's not my stilo. So you can.
Sorry, real quick. We got Dietrich's in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Sure.
We got Darshawn here helping us out with this. Author, husband, father, all around baller. And talking about I'm sorry, what the fuck were you saying?
No, I was saying you can't turn a hoe into a housewife.
Oh, yes,
why
yes,
would
yes.
you want to?
So, but if you did though, because we know so many dudes will take whatever they can get, or they just don't care about this stuff. So why do you say you can? And if you, for whatever reason, wanted to, what does that look like?
Okay. So the wholeness of them never leaves. And it doesn't mean that they're going to continue to keep on having sex. It means that they transition to still wanting to be seen. It never leaves.
It's the mentality. The mentality. Because people, I think people can change, but like who they are at their core is who they are. People change little things about themselves, but people don't change who they are.
Yeah.
I mean, every rule has an exception, but people don't change.
Right.
They can. If you're a good enough, high enough level man, you absolutely can turn a hoe into a housewife, but why the fuck would you? Like me, I could.
D-Mac got him!
But I'm not low on options, so I would never decide to do that. If you're a billionaire, because you can find an old rusty car and rebuild it, or you can just buy a new one, right? So it's not about what could be done, it's about what will be done. So once women hit a certain status of man, I don't think women are stupid. I actually argue the fact that women have a beautiful intuition. I think that women, to a degree, their intuition is truly almost psychic.
I agree with that. Well, I don't know about the psychic part, but maybe, I don't know, especially when it comes to their own kids. But again, that's something I don't really know about. But I don't. That's why I've kind of veered away from calling myself red pill, associating myself with the manosphere, because while there is a lot of great information, that even Andrew Tate himself is not one of these guys who's out here, just dunking on women and trying to get clout from shit that's not appropriate. Like not meaning appropriate in the sense that like, oh, that's inappropriate, but like appropriate to the context of what we're talking about. Yeah. And it's we don't need to do that. Like we're all here, we're all on the same fucking team.
Yeah.
Mike here says, I don't think you could turn a hoe into a housewife, but if there's any hope for her, she needs to do the hard work first. Yeah,
well, let me ask Mike this: what's the hard work that he's referring to?
It's a good question.
What would be the hard work?
And Mike, definitely let us know what you think. But when I see hard work, I am referring to that. Kevin Samuels is a big advocate of going to therapy, and the understanding the patterns that you have in your thinking that create these situations. If you can learn to identify those in real time and be like, okay, I'm going to go, I'm at the club and I'm going to go put myself and get this guy. He's going to look at me and we're going to go home, whatever. If you realize in the moment that that's what you're trying to do and realize, okay, yeah, that'll probably be a lot of fun. He's sexy as hell. I could see the outline. He's probably going to, but I want to slow down and I want to make sure that I'm not damaging my value as a person on the sexual dating marketplace.
Yeah.
So that's what I read it as. But Mike, if you mean something different, then please do let us know. If you guys are just joining us, this is Darshawn McAway, the baller. And we are just finishing checking out the Andrew Tate and Brittany Renner episode of the Just Pearly Things pregame, episode 100. If you could do me a huge favor, hit that like button. That would be awesome. Let's get back into it.
The number of times I've come home and she's like, you were cheating. And I was like, how the fuck did she know I'm fucking cheating? Your intuition is real. You guys are smart, right? And if they get to a certain echelon of man, they're not going to go anywhere because there's nowhere else to go. They're going to get to a guy and eventually going to stop at the buck and go, you know what? Where am I going to surpass this specimen?
And that's the type of thing that someone like me, I realize that no matter who I am with, I am never at this stage, the person that I am right now, the arms that I have right now, the bank account that I have now, I'm never going to be that guy where there's nowhere else to go while I stick here. So, okay. The women that I could get at this level. So let me work on those things and become that guy. That is the message. Yeah. And for that to be misogynistic is just you just don't understand what he's saying.
Yeah. Here's what I want to say to that, man. I understand where you're coming from. Here's something I used to do to give myself some coaching assistance on my own. I would go get dressed up, right? And I would go down to the Marriott or to the Hilton or the Fontainebleau down there in Miami. And I would go to the bar area. And when you go to the bar area and you buy a drink as a single dude, you're going to attract some women, right? They're going to come over. They're going to try to find out who you are.
You're going to attract someone.
Well, okay. You talk to them and you kind of coach yourself through it. You put yourself at that level of being that top guy because you have to still believe that you're going to get there. That dress code is a mother, it's a mother effer,
Yeah, I do, Susan, but I definitely agree. And that's the difference between some people who are just born with genetics that will cover for if you don't have great game, or if you're taller, if you have a wider frame, if you have all these things, your facial structure. These are things that are going to help, but they're not the end all be all. Earlier we were talking about Better Bachelor, and you were asking if he was, one of these. There's no point in That's the black pill mentality. But I can tell you, even as a skinny 5'4" dude, if I put the work in, I can get the work in. It's just, do I want to put the work in? I'd rather put work in hanging out with you guys, doing stuff like this. You know, I think it's just a better use of my time right now. Eventually, things are going to change. I can't change her into a housewife. The hard work she needs to come to the realization that her ways were wrong and deal with her insecurities. So yeah, I think we're kind of talking about the same things. And that the problem though, Mike, is I don't know that being at this stage, that living like a 304 is necessarily due to any type of insecurities that are like, you know, bigger than normal. I think it's just the norm. Like that's just what bitches do. That's just what people do. So it doesn't mean that because she's been ran through that she has all of these daddy issues. It might, but it also might just be that like that's what all her friends did for her whole life. So it's that type of stuff. When I talk about the mentality, it's like, oh, I thought this was normal. So to see like, no, that's not normal. And a guy like me or Deshaun or Mike are going to, if we're looking to date or marry you, then we are going to look at that in a certain way. And so the work is making sure that, okay, if you did do that, if you did live like that, then you're making a conscious effort to change so that when you are engaging with us, that we can see by your words and your actions that you're different. And I guess the another point, just to tie a bow on it, is that because you don't necessarily know everybody's past. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, if she was a hoe and now you guys are happy together, and you have no idea her past, then is it better to find out? Is it if she has done that work that we're talking about? If she is legit a housewife now, then it's up to you to decide how much that matters.
Yeah.
But that's gonna be different for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to behave for him. So you can turn a hoe into a housewife that way. But why would a man at that level want to do that?
Why do some guys at certain, and this is obviously a celebrity example, but I'm sure we can all think of examples in like day-to-day life where a guy with a lot of options does pick a hoe and like wife her, like for example, Kim and Kanye.
Easy.
Because Kanye clearly has options,
She
right?
did not want to be a housewife.
No,
she was a project.
Okay, I understand. I'm just asking. Because some guys do pick.
Yeah, they do. And it's a really good point. And I have nothing bad to say about Kanye. In fact, I think a lot of the work he's doing now in terms of attacking the Matrix is important. But I can give you a generalized answer. But it's a man who's not true to his masculine imperative, which is going to fall for the propaganda.
This was after the Alex Jones
machine, which is being purported upon him, who's going to believe that all the crap that is being told by society, like a female's past doesn't matter and all this shit doesn't matter. This is what's interesting in the fight against the Matrix, because people always say to me, Andrew, why do you come here and say all these things? They're literally trying to destroy your life for what you say. And the truth is, as a man, you have two choices. You either fight against the programming and the brainwashing they're trying to put inside of all of our minds, or you end up fighting against yourself. If you're a man and you sit down and you believe the garbage that society's telling you about how society functions between men and women, you're going to end up getting fucking wrecked, like these dudes do.
You have to fight against the system, or you have to fight against yourself. Another way that I interpret that is that if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything.
Right.
And you know, the whole point of this channel is to talk about dogmatic thinking. And so if you are you know, just taking ideas from wherever, it doesn't really matter where it comes from, whether it's the news or it's TikTok or it's Andrew Tate or it's someone. If you're just taking information without engaging with it internally and filtering through, how is this relevant to me? Is this all of that kind of stuff? Then that is what you're going to put yourself in a position where you're fighting against yourself because you have ideas in your head that don't comport with reality, and it's going to make it a lot more difficult for you to operate.
Yeah, man, we live in a tough world, man. Because we gotta deal with our circumstances and we gotta fight in our mind for like what if we're doing something positive or not. And then with the reinforcement of the media showing us different things, it's a tough battle out here. You know, you can get persuaded pretty easily to start doing the wrong thing for sure.
For sure.
They sit there and go, just because she's fucked everyone doesn't mean she'll do it again. Just because they sit there and dummies and they get fucking wrecked, right? You have to sit there as a man and go, no, I don't give a shit what society's telling me. I understand something baseline about humanity, right? And that's why they make these poor choices. And a lot of men do make these poor choices, but it's only in the West. It's only in the West where this propaganda machine exists. You will not find a Russian billionaire doing this dumb shit. You will not find a Chinese billionaire doing this dumb shit. You do not go to Saudi and find a sheikh doing this dumb shit.
So I know you had a little flirt with the passport bros. So I don't know how far in you went with that, but what do you think about that statement where it's only in the West?
It's everywhere, man. This is happening everywhere, and it's happening to the most elaborate man and woman on the planet. So nobody's going to get away from this relationship theories. It's happening to everybody.
I thought so, because you can look at, I mean, the entire meme of why it's not not as easy as a brown man to be a white man is because you don't have to send me boobs and vagine? Like, that's not the Western world. I mean, maybe Dubai itself, but those are all people who are not from the Western world, and it's just that base level of interaction because they're used to fucking burqas. They don't ever see a woman's ankles. It's like, oh snap, look at them ankles.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be happy about cankles. Shit.
Yeah.
None of it. You only find it in the West.
Do you think the values of the West are spreading?
What values?
So
Name a value.
Sorry.
Name a value.
Sorry, I misspoke. I mean, like the ideas of the West. Like I've just gotten I get messages from people like from all over, and like in places like India, I've heard feminism is spreading there. Like I've heard that. Do you not find that to be true?
So firstly, the West has no value. The only thing the West seems to defend fervently is LGBT.
How dare you?
I actually want to stop there.
Go ahead.
I find that offensive.
What's that?
He said America has no values. I understand why you would think that, because our American values, as I talk about so often, are so directly tied to one specific religion. And so when we talk about those values get attributed to the religion. And where does it come from? From the dogmatic thinking. My American values, freedom, liberty, respect, property rights, just off the top of my head. Those are basic things that are American values. And those are spreading far and wide and have been for a long time. So I absolutely find that offensive that America has no culture.
I thought he was, maybe I
values.
misinterpreted, but I thought he was talking about in terms of like relationship values.
Maybe. Let's back it up. Let's back it up and see a little bit.
Yeah.
Because she asked specifically. Oh shit. Oh,
I think the values of the West are spreading.
Do you think the values of the West are spreading? That was the question.
What values?
So
Name a value.
Sorry.
Name a value.
And so she clarifies, and she doesn't say anything about dating.
Sorry, I might have misspoke. I mean, like the ideas of the West. Like I've just gotten I get messages from people like from all over, and like in places like India, I've heard feminism is spreading there. Like I've heard that. Do you not find that to be true?
So yeah, that sounds like you're on point. Where it's more specifically with Western dating values. So I'll take that back. I'll chill out. I won't take on Top G right at this moment, but he's but even so, the fact is the values that they're talking about, they might be bad values, feminism, gynocentric social order, all that shit, but they are Western ideas. So yeah, it's a good question.
So firstly, the West has no value. The only thing the West seems to defend fervently is LGBT. I'm not saying anything about it. I'm just saying it's the only thing that they'll stand up and fight for. I don't know why. It's weird. Like they don't care about anything else. They don't care about children going without child support. They don't care about people dying in wars. They don't care about our parents being in parent homes. They don't care about crime. They don't care about no one being able to pay their energy bills. They don't care about nothing. But they give a shit. Some for
people care. It's just, I mean, hold on one second here. People care, but he is right that there's an uptick in all of these things and nothing's being done about it. It's just I don't know. It doesn't sit right with me. He's coming down on the values that have created who he is. Even though I understand that these things. What's up, D-Triggs? How you doing? Yeah, right. I don't know. You don't have nothing there struck you as odd?
No.
Maybe I'm just in my own head.
Well, I think the thing is when you guys say people don't care, there are some people who don't care, but there are a lot of people who don't have the time to care because they're too busy trying to get themselves out of a rut. So I understand where it's coming from, on that, as a whole, with the whole world, because I like how everyone tries to play with the idea that it's only stuff happening over here in the US. These type of issues are happening everywhere and even worse overseas.
Right.
You know, I mean, especially when people getting, mauled down on the streets and stuff like that,
Right. So yeah, I mean, saying that nobody cares and that everybody's out here pushing this stuff. Like, my whole shit is fighting against this. Like, I'm not Andrew Tate, but
Yeah.
I'm trying. There's a bunch of us out here. We're trying. So maybe I'm just getting a little defensive, but we're out here. We're trying, bro.
Some reason about this one thing, and they'll fucking throw the flag all around the world.
Surrounded around sex.
That's all they care about. It's fucking strange. So that's the first thing about the values of the West. Second thing, the harder society and the harder the life is as a whole, the longer it's going to take for feminism to spread. Feminism only exists in a vacuum of an easy life. If you're living in a society like India, where life is hard, feminism disappears because the harder life is, the closer people naturally revert to their gender roles. If you got a bunch of 10 men, 10 women stranded on a desert island, and they had to survive, very quickly the men would do men shit and the women would do women shit. There'd be very little talk about feminism and equality, and all this shit would fucking vanish when shit hits the fan, right?
That's why Twitch sucks.
I'm
on YouTube.
Feminism can't take hold because feminism can only exist in a vacuum of a very privileged life. I'm sure there's some kid in India who didn't get laid off some chick and he's complaining she's a feminist. There's a bunch of dumb shit, right? But I think the world is going to get a lot harder. I think the world is cyclical. I think it's been easy for a while. I think hard times are coming. And when hard times come, people are going to naturally revert to what gives them the highest chance of survival, which is gender roles, right?
And we know about the fourth turning, right? Weak men make bad times. Bad times make strong men. And strong men make good times. But of course, good times make weak men as well. So that's a cycle that that civilizations in general tend to follow on an 80-year cycle. And we're just in that place where we have weak men and it's leading to bad times. So hopefully people who are not like Andrew Tate is talking about, not caring, actually out here caring, trying to do something about it, trying to have the conversations, trying to get people to understand that might, I don't know for sure, but it might turn things around. Hey, we got the free ego in the building. What is going on? Welcome, brother. We are finishing up Andrew Tate and Brittany Renner on Just Pearly Things with my co-host here, Darshawn McAway. How you doing, brother? But yeah, did you have anything on that before we jump back in?
No, I second that thought. That was good.
Thank you.
I have the best chance of survival being a man, and a woman has the best chance of survival being my woman. That's how she's going to function.
Do you think women typically are happier as housewives rather than a career?
Well,
yes.
No, the
Depends on the man.
The answer is absolutely yes. Because
Yes.
giving life is the most beautiful thing a female can do. That's what you evolved to do. That's the thing that men should not do. I think that women who focus on having children and do their best to be good mothers in the end are the happiest females on the planet.
I find it so frustrating that feminism has turned motherhood, like every part of motherhood, getting pregnant, growing a child, birthing a child, raising a child, feminism has turned all of that into some type of just negative thing. And like, as he's just said, that's the most beautiful thing that our species can do, and only women can do it.
Yeah.
But somehow, how's he being hyperbolic? I think he's on point 100%. Women don't. Nobody wants to fucking work. Nobody wants to fucking work.
Yeah.
The idea that I'm a strong that's brainwashing.
Yeah. Okay. No, I was gonna say, listen, I don't want to work either, but I know I have to. But I get where you're coming from. Like, nobody wants to work type of deal. And Andrew Tate, man, he's right. Being a housewife and having being a mother and that whole motherhood process for women, it is a beautiful thing, and it's kind of tiring at some point because they got to do a lot of stuff while you're away from the house. But this is when people have help and nannies and family come around. But the young lady, Duvernay or something like that, she said like no or something, like she was being disagreeable at the time. Like, do women want to be housewives or happy being housewives? She was like, no. Well, that's her experience. She's not going to be happy.
I don't even think it is.
Yeah.
I think she finds so much value in her work and her status, which, as we've been talking about, is a very masculine thing, that she thinks that if I were to stay at home, I would feel like shit. I would feel like this, because she hasn't had the experience. And she's been so heavily brainwashed to think that, no, you need to go out and get it, girl. because he's going to leave you, or this is going to happen, and that's going to happen. And that is kind of what was underlining my question earlier about whether it makes sense for women to be a little bit more defensive, and maybe even it does. But if it doesn't help you, then it doesn't help you.
Yeah.
Frigo saying, talking about fake wombs here. I mean, hey, when that happens and that's ubiquitous, then watch how many men are like, word up, we don't need you fucking bitches anymore. We don't need you anymore.
Yeah, it's coming down to that. It's coming down to that, isn't it?
Oh, it's different now. We're gonna get a whole bunch of angry women that like, oh wait, you should.
Yeah.
This is your value, and that's a good thing. That doesn't mean you can't have other value as well. But your womb is something that, you know, as a non-religious person, is something that is beyond what I can. The beauty of it is something beyond what I can explain. And so, you know, if talking about believing in something beyond yourself as an atheist, the beauty and value of being able to do that is one of the things, among many others, that once I got rid of religion, those are the types of things that matter to me. And the fact that so many women don't, it's sad. It's sad.
Then being a housewife is kind of different, though.
Okay, no, but it's essentially the same thing. If you're a housewife long enough, I'm going to assume you're going to end up having children, and I think that the sooner a woman has children, the better.
Oh, struggle streaming.
If she can find a good man and have a child, that's a fantastic thing. I think it's a beautiful thing. And I don't see the point in a woman slaving away for a corporation that doesn't care about her as opposed to slaving away for her own flesh and blood. I think that's a complete waste of a life. I think if men are already doing that, why would you want to go along and do that
because
as well?
a career is not just slaving away for a corporation. A career can involve a million different things.
Well, that's exactly
What did I say? What did I say? She is so tied up in her job and the status that gives her. Well, it's not just a job. Just like forget everything that you know about what your job gives to you, and just entertain the possibility that there's a different way of living that humans lived for millions of years, and we got here. Maybe it's worth just checking out. Maybe don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't know.
Right.
exactly what a career is. It's slaving away for a corporation that doesn't care about you. And I understand you have to pay the bills, and I understand you don't want to be completely sufficient. You want to be self-sufficient. You don't want to be dependent on a man. I understand all that. But
that's
an idealistic scenario in the vacuum of ideology. If you could sit and be a woman and focus on having children or focus on doing a job, I think on a long enough time scale, you're going to be much happier with your progeny as opposed to working a job.
Can I ask you a question? Because I feel like we talk a lot about hoes, we talk about a lot of the extreme. There's a lot of great matter in the middle where a lot of women kind of get lost.
Yep.
For example, I think that one of the issues sometimes that I hear a lot about, and I personally may say I feel it sometimes, is that when you're also a quite educated woman, intellectual, intelligent, whatever, smart, a lot of the time, naturally, you speak in a way that stands out from other people, right? And I find that a lot of the time, that kind of intimidates some of the man them, where they start thinking, this girl is a bit too much. Now, it is not my fault I'm smart. It's not my fault I can put one and one together very nicely, very quickly.
I agree.
What kind of man is going to handle that?
I agree with her. I thought she was gonna go a different direction, but you know, if you're a quick-witted person, then you also want a quick-witted person. Like, I don't think that there's, this part of the video here has. Oh, let me get rid of is oh, you can't see it. Well, it's the chapter is labeled submission and respect. And so again, the question I was asking earlier, I don't know that I don't know where that line is for a woman. I obviously understand as I'm experiencing it. Oh, this is too much for me. I don't really feel like dealing with this, or I'm enjoying this. But to talk about how women can find that balance, not that that's my job, but do you have any insight on that? Because I feel for her when she's like, yo, if this is how I think, and like you're just too slow, what am I supposed to do? Act dumb?
Well, okay, so finding that balance, this is that whole conversation from when people talk about vetting each other.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta hang out, you gotta talk, to find out what that person's strong suits are, what their weaknesses are. Find out how quick tempered they are to be upset. A lot of people just kind of like fake the funk for such a long time. Then when they get in a relationship, they blow up at each other, and then the woman looks at you like, oh my gosh, I didn't know you was this angry grizzly bear. Or the dude look at her and be like, I didn't know you was this crazy biatch, you know. So it's just one of those things to where if you're looking for a person to be on your level, you have to kind of like give it some time to kind of see where they're at, though, you know, because you're not going to necessarily know that in a week. It may take a month, it may take a year to find out if somebody's on your persistent level, you know, on what you like to do, how adventurous you need to be. But as far as like the foundation of life, and you need like a smart, witty person, that comes from like to me, like a business acumen in a sense. Like she may be looking for a person who is definitely trying to be the top 1% in the world, but that person's a mover and a shaker, though. That person's barely around. I ain't got time to hang out with you if I'm trying to be a mover and a shaker, you know?
And that definitely makes sense, and that's something that is important because it goes. I'm trying, Mike. I'm trying, man. Sorry. The notion of giving it time. That's so antithetical to how we live our lives, like in general. Everything in life is immediate gratification, and you know, just even the red pill message itself is that, oh, she should sleep with you on by the second date or the third date. And I think it's these hard and fast rules that are messing everybody up. Instead of having more general principles, there's these hard and fast rules. No single mothers. Well, okay, yes, that is a good general rule, but if I have the time that you were talking about to get along with somebody, and despite the fact that they are a single mother, I've learned to understand what that aspect entails, but I still develop a feeling for them and want to pursue that. Then these hard and fast rules would prevent me from having that experience. Whereas I can take the principles that I understand and go into that situation knowing, okay, you know, I have to navigate it like this, and if it gets this bad, this is where my cutoff is. Just understanding in general. You know what I mean?
Well, to answer that, as far as like taking things slow, I'm noticing just from the conversations that a lot of the women are grouping men into this, like, if she meets you on the first date, that you're already like this multimillionaire. And if you're not some multimillionaire, I can't deal with you. Well, the reality is most people who are living out here in the world, even overseas, they're average workers. Like no one's at the tippity top. A lot of people are just kind of living day by day in a sense. So you have to kind of talk to people to find out like what's their goal, where they want to be. And I think one thing is when you go out on a date, I don't think you should talk about relationships. I don't think you should talk about sex, religion, politics. I think you should just talk with the person, just find out what's up with the person. And I know it sounds old school to kind of take it slow, but you have to take it slow because as a guy, you get with her, you go unprotected, you get her pregnant. Now you're stuck with somebody that you have no intentions on ever being with.
I want to challenge one little part of that, though, is that because they always say on a first date, you never talk about politics and religion. Y'all know me. You don't know me if I'm not talking about politics and religion because I don't do or think about much else. And so a while ago, I decided that, you know, like if I'm going to go on a first date, I'm going to bring stuff up like that. Because if you're super liberal or if you're super religious, it's probably not going to work. I'm willing to, you know, be with somebody who is a super liberal or religious if they can deal with me, but chances are they're not going to.
Right.
And so before, I don't remember what it was, but I don't know. I went on a date with some girl, and she was cute, and we got along. But on the first date, I went right into politics, and I was just talking about it. And we got into a relatively heated discussion because she was more liberal. She wasn't super liberal, but it was enjoyable and for both of us. So we went on a second date, and then I was thinking about that, how we had that heated interaction and how that was enjoyable. It's like, okay, well now that we see that we can do that, let's slow it down and have a more normal conversation. And it just didn't flow.
Yeah.
And so it's like I would have been able to think of think of that as like first date jitters or like she's nervous, but you were already fucking screaming at me last week. So why are you being weird now? So I mean, I'm just saying again about hard and fast rules, principles. Think about on principle. You don't want to be grilling somebody about their politics and what they believe in religion.
Right.
But depending on who you are, that might be something that needs to come out early.
Possibly. I think what you could have done was walk that rope a little slowly, right? Because you probably had some good chemistry with her. Of course, for you love a good debate, so it worked well in your mind. But for her, she's on a date with you. She's probably like, all right, I'm gonna go along with this, but I don't know if it's gonna be a third, fourth, or me just hanging out with this dude for like another month. So again, the only reason why I say don't bring that stuff up is because you kind of got to walk that rope tightly and slowly to kind of find out what type of person you're dealing with. Now, you may want to ask that person, have they been to jail or something like that? But
I don't care. I've been to jail 3 times.
But it's the only reason I
never
say
prison though.
The only reason I say stay away from like religion and politics, because it is one of those things where people kind of see it and take it personal, and it's not something that they necessarily want to open up with because they do have a dislike or a disdain or a hatred for a certain type of person. So you kind of want that dating process to kind of go by smooth to feel that person out. That's all.
Yeah. And I definitely like if you're not very active in the dating world, like don't do what I did just because that's my personality. Like I'm not very, I don't go on dates all the time, but I don't have problems talking to women. So I'm comfortable like being this right here. Thank you. Free. You know who you are. Thank you. Yeah, and so the point is just that is a very good principle to stay away from these deep topics because it could, get too heavy on a first date, and that's not what you're looking for. But again, the point is, instead of having these hard and fast rules, think of them as guidelines and principles. I mean, there might be some like again, there might be some hard and fast rules. Like if she's flirting with it, if she's coming from another Tinder date. Like, okay, yes, then that's a deal breaker kind of shit. But principles over hard rules.
Well, let me just say this too. Let me just say that I'm gonna give some game to the guys real quick. Let's say you're on a date with a girl and you already know, like, hey, Darshawn told me to stay away from religion and politics, but she's adamant about like, hey, like, what do you believe in? This and that. This is what I used to do. I used to tell them, I used to say, well, listen, I believe in God. I believe there's a higher power. I believe that things work the way they're supposed to work. But I'm really not too for sure because I'm still kind of growing. Well, what are your politics? What are your view on politics? I was like, I'm really not too for sure. Like, I really haven't given a lot of thought. There are some things that I disagree with, but I don't hate the way the world is going because I can be the change to fix it. And that right there, man, it makes the conversation go somewhere else because now she's looking at you as a fixer and not somebody who's just following along.
Game from the master. So, I mean, hey, yo, you still got a number? She was good at this. I mean, like, we could, we'll talk about it.
Let's just say it worked out in the end.
Oh, all right. And we'll leave it there.
This woman laughs like I don't speak for long and got 3 degrees. Now I forgot.
Wait, is she trying to say you're not smart?
It's okay. I think I did for a reason. So please, sir, can you help me out? I'm trying to find a husband, the kind of beast that can handle a woman like me.
Well, this is another point, right? And I'm only answering generally, right? Because this is the first time I've met all of you ladies. You've all been very polite to me. You've all been very nice. I'm just talking generally. And I'm going to answer it based on your last sentence. Your last sentence was handle a woman like me.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at the average man's life, like I just discussed earlier, how difficult it is, how competitive he has to be, and how many problems he has to fix. Do you think he wants to handle any woman?
Okay, so
do you like the idea of any degree of problem? It's the straw that breaks the camel's back. Like the point of having a woman as a man, for me at least, is for her to be my peace and quiet. My life is stress. You see me, I'm rolling around with fucking security teams and I got problems and they're after me and
and real quick, yes, Andrew Tate's got a lot going on. But your average regular dude also has a lot going on.
Yeah.
For very different reasons, but that is the life of a man. Period.
Yep.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Men have shit going on. So if you're not adding to that, then you're detracting from that.
You know what's tripping me out about this whole thing and me just looking at all these different spaces is that still to this day, even up until this very moment, that some of the women don't understand that men are looking at them to be a peace of mind, not from the stress from the world, and they just refuse to think that they're supposed to be peaceful. Like that's what we're looking for. We're looking for something soft. We're looking for something that we can talk to. We're looking for something to be up under us, not to combat us. And I want to live on top of my roof to get away from your cackling. Like they still don't understand it.
It's I think it, I see the patterns with, when you're young and you don't know any better, you go for the wrong type of dude, and they get, these top dudes who from a young age have these dudes from a young age who have all this female attention, and, I'm just kidding, but even especially if you're like 15, 16 years old and you're that guy, then you don't necessarily have the information, the knowledge, the wisdom, whatever, to navigate that properly. And now you're fucking up a whole bunch of different bitches' lives just because you didn't know any better. And now they have all the baggage that you gave them, so that when they come to me, they assume that I'm you.
My bad, man. I messed up listen, I had hopped on this one lady's panel, and I had to like kind of apologize because I was that dude messing up for other dudes, because you would kind of show them a different type of lifestyle, different type of conversation. And now when you don't want to talk to them anymore, they're looking for whatever they had from you and the next person. So my bad, y'all.
Yep. Hey, we got indie film in the building. Welcome, brother. Drama-free life for me. I said shit. Me too.
When I come home to my chick, the last thing I want to do is have to handle anything. I want her to sit the fuck down and her make me happy. She used to be my positive energy.
How dare you? You want happiness as a man? How awful.
She used to be my sunshine in the rainstorm.
Okay.
So you're talking about him handling.
Come on.
I don't know. I can't answer the question exactly, but if you're sitting there constantly arguing over small points or correcting him, or that, he's probably thinking, this is a battle. I don't have the energy for another fight.
Okay, so now let me add extra context what I mean as well. So obviously submission is something that people talk about a lot.
Yeah.
For me, I'm a logical person, I believe, and I submit with logic. I don't submit.
Oh, here it comes. I submit when you prove to me that you are worthy of my submission.
And she says she submit with logic.
Yeah, what
She's
does
only
that
doing
mean?
it when it's convenient. Yeah.
I submit with logic.
Yeah. Only when it feels right to her is when she'll submit. So that means that she doesn't listen to anybody. She won't listen to you. And as old as she is now, even if she does find a dude, she's not going to listen to him either, because she's so, I promise you, I'm not trying to bring up my book, but in my book, I caught a chapter called Miss Independent. She's so independent that she can't get over herself,
And it's too common. It's too common. You see these archetypes of, and I'm sure you can do this with men too, but I don't fucking look at men like that. So you do that. Go make a YouTube channel. But you see these archetypes of women, and they just fit in these boxes so easily. And I'm not talking about their entire personality, but when it comes to the dating thing, it's just like, oh, you're one of these. You're one of these. You're one of these. Stop being one of these and be one of those.
Right, be one of those.
That's what it is. I don't know what that means, but that's your job. You figure it the fuck out. Be one of those.
Default because there's a level.
Let's back this up.
Person, I believe, and I submit with logic. I don't submit by default because there's a level of respect that I believe I need to have to be able to submit. Obviously, it's not that I go around and I disrespect all men and everything, but I find that my dare you thought process a lot of the times
it makes it hard. No.
What the fuck?
I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, thank you.
But you need to find a man you truly respect to submit to him, and I completely respect that. And that's the same with 99% of women. Like you're never going to submit to a man you don't respect. And respect is ultimately important, because you're not going to sleep with a man you don't respect. You're not going to be attracted to a man you don't respect. Respect is the bottom line of it. And the man has a job to do. He has a duty to do to be worthy of respect. But this all goes back into a very interesting point.
Guys, can you do me a favor? Just get me 2 more likes. 2 of you. I know you haven't hit that like button. It's so quick. Just please. Thank you so much.
Some of the points I kind of mentioned earlier. If I was a woman, if I was a chick, the chance of me ending up in a relationship with a man I don't respect is 0%. I don't understand how you girls end up. Well, I do understand how you girls end up here. You end up here because of feminism,
Yep.
promiscuity,
Yep.
promises that
Yep.
running around taking dick is fine,
Yep.
dumb shit, stupid decisions. I'm independent, so it doesn't matter. He's a dummy. Bunch of garbage. When you should be waking up going, you know what? I'm going to be extremely selective, and I'm going to take my time and be very, very smart because you're the gatekeeper. By the time you're in a relationship with somebody, you should have immense respect for that man. Absolute immense respect. You shouldn't be able to get there any other way. The only reason you got there is because you've been tricked by society and lied to and told a bunch of fucking bullshit.
If every woman, if half of women did that, society would change overnight.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And again, because it's YouTube and the world, I have to undercut that yes, there are things that men could do. We're not talking about that. If women could do the things that Tate just said and kind of take a step back and realize what it is that they're doing and understand how your actions affect your future, you would change society overnight. Overnight.
So you're talking about submission and respect. Yeah, it'll come when you meet the right man, naturally. And this is another point I make, because I have a lot of men message me. Trust, guys, please understand, I'm the most Googled man on the planet. I have 100,000 emails a day. I get dudes email me. How do I get my woman to submit? And I don't reply to. I can't reply to all the emails. But if I ever read them, I'm like, bro, you're a fucking dork. Why would she reply to you? Why would she submit to you? You're a fucking nerd. That's the truth. I'm not out here saying submit to all men. Men are the boss. I'm saying, listen, there's natural balance in the universe. When you meet a G, I've never had trouble with a woman obeying me. She just wants to. It's natural for our dynamic. If she
there you
go,
go.
We wouldn't even get to the point of a relationship. If she didn't feel like she wanted to listen to me, we would have never got to where we want to get. It just doesn't work. That shit only happens when the female's fucking giving up sex too easy and the dude's just picking up easy pussy and they end up in some bullshit relationship they don't even like each other. That's dumb shit. That's dumb shit, right? But I don't have any of these problems in my life. And if you're a dude at home.
So real quick, we got some comments here. Dietrich says, a man would never say, I submit with logic, because we just do it.
Yeah. I get what you mean.
Well, let's finish this comment and then we'll comment. The reassurance of your reality shows that you the reassurance of your reality shows. I'm thinking about reality shows because I was watching reality shows. The reassurance of your reality shows that you don't have a real anchor on it. So, Joshawn, you seem to have a better understanding of this than I do. What is this?
So basically what he's saying is that we wouldn't say what she said. We don't submit in life because we think it's good. It's logical for me to submit. We kind of just naturally do it and get the job done, type of deal.
Oh, so just the baseline of, I'll submit when it makes sense. Okay, gotcha. Mike says she submits when she wants to submit. There we go. Well, thank you for the clarification, guys. Again, if you haven't hit the like button, please, guys, that is the biggest thing. We are getting up there. Let's party.
And you're watching this and you go, I want my woman to submit, and she doesn't. Guess what? She doesn't respect you. And guess whose fault that is a lot of the time? Your fault. It is your fault as a man.
Yes.
It is. Yes. No, it is. Yes.
See, and these women are well, I mean, she was like, oh yeah, oh my God, yeah, you're saying, like, bro, this is his message. This is the entire red pill manosphere space. Maybe not the entire red pill manosphere, but the bottom line is that yes, we are saying it's on our shoulders. But it's also your responsibility to pick the dudes properly.
Yeah. Well, that's that whole process. I was telling you about, just talking to people. Like, a lot of men know that when we look in the mirror, like, everything's on us. It doesn't even matter if you come from a privileged background. You still look at your life like, man, everything is still on me. It's still on my shoulders. I'm not expecting for someone to pick me up. I got to get out here, make the right pitch, give people the best incentive to, like, kind of make myself get to the next level, So with her screaming yes, look, a lot of men know, like, hey, if I'm not where I want to be, it's on me. It's not because of her, it's on me.
Absolutely. And as somebody who has a certain level of that safety net, my dad is in a position to, I just spent $3,000 on a whole new system, and he helped me out a little bit. He would have bought the whole thing if I asked him. But as a 33-year-old man, I don't want my daddy paying for everything. Like, he believes in what I do, so he wanted to support and contribute. And awesome. If you guys do, please, channel's not monetized yet. You can hit up that CashApp, Venmo at TheIndianJesus. But it's something that I want to earn. Without that desire to earn, without that desire to be your own man, then who the fuck is you?
Right.
Hey, we got No Freedoms in the building. welcome, brother. How are you doing? Said American women are impossible to deal with. They're all impossible to deal with, brother. It's not just America. They're all impossible.
They're all, yeah.
Yeah, we're just finishing up the Andrew Tate and Brittany Renner debate. Not debate, but on just pearly things.
No,
That's what you guys need to damn here. Tell him,
but it's not about blaming men and women because everyone has a problem. But then there's also men who are worthy of respect who women refuse to respect because of society. So there's two sides to it, right? But a lot of it is if you're a capable enough man and you're brilliant enough, then the female has no choice. But it's very interesting. This goes back to a point I made earlier about how important it is for us men to find women who we don't believe have had a lot of life experience and look like they are. Because I got attacked. I'm going to make this point right now. I got attacked when the Matrix attacked me and fucking lied about me. They said that men are interested in women who are younger because they're more programmable. And that they're trying to make out that I'm making out that men are out here trying to get women and fucking do bad things to them. No, what I'm saying is, if you find a woman who's younger and been through less things, less trauma, less relationships, less headache, she's lived less life, your ideals, if you ask any woman who loves her man, what's your favorite song? His favorite song. Who do you vote for? Who he votes for? What's your favorite car? His car. That's how it happens when a woman loves a man. And that makes the man feel good, right? If she's been through too much shit, then that's a lot harder to pull off. So that link is very important for men and women. But
I mean, definitely a good point there. I don't have too much to add. You got anything to add to that?
No, but
I think that was well said.
But a lot of women have to understand that Andrew Tate is also talking from a place of marriage in the sense of like being with that person. Because he's saying your man, I'll put it to you like this. If you're just being real submissive to your boyfriend, in the very beginning, it's not going to last long. It has to be a little teasing factor in there. It sounds crazy, but you can't. It's that whole milking the cow thing. You can't give everything to the person. You kind of got to make like he was saying something earlier about how women have the intuition to make a guy want to marry him. It's one of those things, So yeah, you can agree that you like my stuff, but I don't want you just liking everything that I like,
Right. And so it's again comes back to the same thing about balance. Is that both on both ends there are metrics, let's say, of how if you're a man, how forceful are you going to be? Well, you in certain situations you want to pop your chest out, but if she does something that at home one night that's not like a big deal, then don't punch her in the face. That's obviously way too far. And then the women, if you're nagging at this little thing or the balance, just balance.
Yeah,
that's it. Mike says if a man's responsible, then he gets the authority. It's something that is inherent. It is the way these things work. And so again, it comes back to the bottom line: become that man. That's it. Become that man.
So yeah, the Matrix attacked me with that, but it's very, very interesting. You have to understand all these small sub-dynamics and why things are happening and why the world is the way it is. And the baseline of it is that everything's fucked. Men are acting like men and women are acting like women, and it's all messed up.
Oh, yeah. So what about like your own autonomy and like just like your favorite car is your favorite car?
She speaks.
My favorite car is my favorite car. Like why does it have to?
Okay,
I guess that's where I'm confused. Like why does it have to be like that?
So this is directly relevant to what Darshan was just saying, where it's Brittany's asking kind of the same question that Darshan just answered about. You don't have to like everything that I like. So let's see what Tate has to say about.
Yeah, and that's a good point, right? I understand that completely, but I'll give you an example. I'll talk from personal experience because it makes it easy for me. I have a bunch of cars. I love cars. I have 32 cars. My favorite car is X. I pick up a chick. This is my what's your favorite car? This one. I like that one. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever, no big deal. But the agreeableness is ultra attractive. It depends what the woman wants to do. Right? If I was a woman, and let's say I'm 22 years old and I meet a billionaire, and it's my goal to marry this man, and I go to his house and I say, wow, you have so many cars. What's your favorite car? This one. Really? I thought that one too. It looks so good. Why that one? Because this. Oh, really? Okay, I'll try and remember that. That's how you get the dude, right? You don't get the dude by going, well, that one's a better color. You're a dickhead. It may be small things. It may be tiny things, but men are ultra interested in things like agreeableness. We're ultra interested in the idea of a woman absorbing our worldviews. We're ultra interested. We are. That's what we're looking for.
And that's it. That's like the only thing we're interested in. As we were talking about before, ladies, you all got a fucking box. Some are nicer than others. Other parts might be nicer than others, but y'all got it. That's not what we're worried about at the end of the day, unless it's not there. What we're really worried about is peace. Are you adding to my life or are you taking away? That's simple. This is how men think. It's not complicated.
You know what? You know what's
Yep.
coming up in my mind? The ladies are like, let me continue to be a hoe, and then when I'm done hoeing, turn me into a housewife. That's what they saying to us. Like, let me hoe it out and then turn me into a housewife when I'm finished. And it's like, no, it's not going down that way.
Right. Like it's not even like I'm going to turn into a housewife. It's like, okay, I'm done with the fun stuff. Now you have the work of turning me into something else. Like, come on. Like, come on. It takes some accountability.
Woman's
What-
identity.
wait,
though,
what if you
because
say-
she doesn't like the car?
No,
So
wait.
why should she agree to a car that she doesn't like?
she
Why do
doesn't-
you want to be with
she
someone
doesn't
that
have
doesn't
to.
know who they are?
It's-
She doesn't have to agree.
Can I say, oh,
I'm
I
telling
like
you
this
what the man
one.
wants.
This is my favorite, but I
it's
like
more-
I love how they're talking over the one man there who is known for understanding these things. They're asking questions and then they're just continuing asking the questions and not letting him answer as he's verbally trying to answer. You can hear his voice.
nice too. Yours is quite nice, you know. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, it's quite good. But I like this one, but I like that one as well.
You sound like you want a slave.
Is
Like
that
someone
fine?
that doesn't have their own mind.
That's just not going against me. It's just being nice. It's not even pushing much.
You want a slave? No, hon. This is exactly the brainwashing.
Yeah.
To think that because I want peace, that I want a slave is ridiculous. These are two very different things. And for you to conflate those in your mind is proof that me simply saying, hey, when I work a long day, I want to come home and not have to fight with you. Oh, so you're going to be my slave? I can like everything that you like? No. The fuck are you talking about?
Right.
Rita says humans are dumb creatures who don't know what they want. Yeah, I don't like adult children. I don't think you like any adult children, humans otherwise, do you?
Men don't want a girl that's nagging on them for the smallest things. It's like, why are you giving a guy a headache
No,
over a
that's not
car?
nagging. That's not nagging. That's
Obviously,
not nagging, though.
He's saying, oh, what car do you like?
I
Why
just-
does she have to say his car? Like she likes a different.
Oh my God. Why does she have to say his car? She doesn't have to say his car. That is the point. She doesn't have to do it. It's not submission by logic. It's submission because you know he cares more than you do.
Yeah.
You know this is something that's important to him. This is not where you put your flag in. This is not the hill to die on. There might be some things that you want to get into arguments. I'm sure, in being married and raising a child, I'm sure respectfully you and your wife have gotten into it on different things. But at the end of the day, you are not asking her to be your slave. You are not asking her to just swallow whole everything that you spit out. That's just not what we're talking about. But she
Right.
hears these words. She hears the words submission. She hears the words respect, and she gets triggered by that.
Yeah. A lot of them do. Submission, respect, and it's your duty. And they flip out. They spaz out.
How dare you?
Yeah. I mean, Mike says, Andrew's telling women on the panel what men want, and they disagree and don't want to listen. They have a better idea than what we've done. Of course, they're women. They know everything in the world ever. Come on,
Yeah.
bro. Shit. Ah,
How dare you?
there we go.
I just gave you a solution, though.
I'm talking about how, as a female, to be as attractive as possible to men. Now, I'm not saying you can't get a man if you say another car. I'm saying, how do you be as attractive as possible? Because
Be
you,
nice
also,
about it.
because you also don't understand how men think. It's different if you come to my house and choose to like another one of my cars. But what if I only have one car? And now you say, well, no, I'll pick you up in my BMW. Oh, yeah, it's nice. I prefer Mercedes. You know what a man thinks the second you say that? Who picked you up in a Merc?
Yep.
That's the first thing that goes through his fucking mind. How do you know about Mercedes?
What if
Who-
you
what
can
Merc?
buy your own Mercedes?
That's not what crosses the man's mind. I'm telling you.
Exactly. What if you can buy your own Mercedes? Then buy your own fucking Mercedes. That is
Yeah.
absolutely irrelevant to this conversation. But she thinks it is.
Yeah. She's what they call her? She's a bag boss. She's one of those bossy chicks.
Bag boss. I've not heard that.
Yeah, a
term before.
bag boss is a girl is a woman who buys like the $25,000 Birkin bags, and she looks at a man and go, well, if you can't buy this for me, then I can't be with you. But most men would be like, why would I spend $25,000 on a bag that's like no investment to me whatsoever? It can't do anything but hold, the stuff in your purse.
Well,
and it
as
doesn't really
Kevin
have any resale value either.
As Kevin would say, buy a dog, die alone.
But then that's why, and that's why.
Denaldo,
Yeah,
what percent of women can really afford their?
Hey, we got Jared S. Idol in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome, brother. It's been a while. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Don't we all want a Mercedes? But you understand that if you want a Mercedes, you have to earn that shit. And that is the problem with not all, but too many women today.
I like that.
They just want it. Not all,
but too many.
Just too many. Welcome, brother. Welcome.
Guys.
They're going so crazy. The captions aren't even working.
I said okay. I'm really happy for you.
I just want to point out again how the conversation between Pearl and Brittany really exposed Pearl as just somebody who happens to be good at facilitating these panels and not much else.
Yeah. Well, I think I said this to you earlier on a different panel about her she doesn't have that finesse. It's like she's still goofy. You know, she hasn't ran into her womanhood yet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's
which
still
is fair. She's only 26 or something like that.
Yeah, so that lets me know that she didn't have a lot of sexual partners, because if she had more sexual partners, she would feel a little bit more comfortable, especially with the way she dressed and how she looks with her makeup or her hair. So she's still like a goofball, you know. She doesn't have any real world conversation when it comes to like advice from a woman.
Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, Jared, those, yeah, definitely go check out Jared S. Idol on YouTube. He's been banging out these current thoughts shorts. He is also an author, just like Darshan. Both of you guys were previous guests on my last podcast. And he's really using that. It's crazy how some people are really using the medium of whether it's shorts or TikTok or whatever really well. And I think Jared is doing that very well. So go check him out. Mike says, if anyone could claim to be a slave, then it would be men. Of course, we are not. But of course, because we are, by and large, we have to comport with reality. Because if we don't, unless you, the only reality that you can get away with, or the only non-reality you can get away with as a man, is telling people that you're a woman. Because that's perfectly fine. But anything else, it don't fly. It don't fly.
Yeah.
Freeman says women in general not as good as men in general. I mean, that's too broad. Also, what is he talking about? How do you know? What are you? That's not okay. Well, let's finish that sentence and we'll talk about it.
I said what the average woman makes 30.
Oh, but really quick, I just wanted to point that out because we saw. These are things that I pay attention to as a content creator. When I'm looking and I'm seeing 5 times she has to hey. It's like, yo, command your shit. Yeah. Command your shit. And shout out to Henry. I remember when me and Henry were on your channel and he did the same thing. But you shut him down, and that's what you got to do. You got to do.
Yeah, got to shut him down.
$5,000 a year.
It's not that hard in this UK.
Still no captions. There we go.
But the average woman, I'm saying but the whole point is that what percent of women even earn that much? It's not a high percentage. So when a guy hears wait. When a guy hears that you've been in this car and that car and that car, his automatic assumption is that you're an average girl.
And that foolishness.
And that you've been with a bunch of guys to get to that point. I've had a lot of experiences because of my dad, because my dad's very successful. But I've been in situations where I've said, like, oh, I did this, and they think it's with a guy, but it's with my dad. Because most guys assume that you're an average person.
And that's the problem.
I don't think that's demeaning a woman.
Can I just say that
she can't afford a lifestyle?
It's not demeaning a woman. It's looking at a balance of probabilities. If I meet an average,
even if it was demeaning women, again, how is that relevant?
Right.
Because you may speak to the people. Well, you may speak to Andrew, who's on the panel, and the men watching this. That it doesn't matter. She's telling you what is perceived. She is telling you what is perceived, and you're just like, nah. All right, then buy a dog and die alone. I mean, can't nobody help you if you're not going to listen.
Guy, I assume he makes average money.
Sounds like a
I think it's just it's based on what. Wait. It's based on a balance of probabilities.
Can I just say something? That it's all about making a man feel.
Let's go, Auntie. Go off. Let's go.
Everybody said, "Oh, he's a top G," but it's like if your man put up a light fitting, and you're standing there watching him put up the light fitting, or you didn't. They're watching a man put up a light fitting. What would you say while he's putting it up, and how would you react?
Hey, we got Dr. Evil Genius in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome, brother. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You got to fix that profile pic. But glad to have you here, brother. And if you want to come up, let me know, and we will get the link to you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys know every or most Saturdays, I've been slacking a little bit, but most Saturdays when the UFC is on, I'm on Dr. Evil Genius' channel, the Talking Shit Podcast, the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party. We always have a good time, so make sure you check all of that out. Welcome, brother. Welcome, welcome. Deshaun, you gonna say something?
Yeah, I'm gonna come off camera for a second. So give me like 2 minutes.
No problem. I'm just gonna pull you down, and then yeah, cool. All right. So yeah, we got Darshan. Darshan actually he had done a stream on this conversation. We started this on Monday on this channel, and he had done a review earlier that same day. So I didn't want to watch what he did to influence, my viewing of this. But now that we're getting to the back half, I really, think it's valuable to have somebody who is a lot more accomplished in the dating world than me to kind of just check in with this stuff. And it's been pretty cool. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Like, you're probably doing it wrong, but let you finish and then fix it.
Right, all right, then, but hang on a minute. And how would you act if your man was putting up a light fitting?
I'd be like, well,
No.
thank you.
Let's go, Auntie.
Well,
Oh, I'll be like, see, the thing is,
no, just answer the question. Just answer the question.
please,
What would you say
I
if your man was putting up the light fitting? I'm just asking the
I would be
question.
like,
What's
thank
the
you,
light?
babe. Thanks for putting up the light fitting. I
right.
appreciate you.
My man put up a light fitting. I was like, wow. He got it all out. It was all in boxes. He got his toolbox. It was up there on the ladder. Whatever you want me to hand you. I was like, oh my God, you're stripping wires. Oh my God. Then he said, oh, don't let it finish. I was like, it works. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And today, women just expect that you know how to do not just that, but everything. Which again is, hey, that's what being a man is like. You're expected to know this shit. You're expected to be able to fix this shit. But the other side of that is that you have to appreciate it. Or you buy a dog, die alone.
I agree.
That is what he's talking about when he's talking about the car. He's not saying you can get your own car. He's saying make the man feel like he's doing something, make him feel appreciated.
That's right.
Like act like a child.
No, I
like,
agree, I
and
agree.
that's what he's saying. He's not saying that, oh yeah, you don't like that car. It's like, my man got a car. It's like, oh my God, it's got heated seats. Oh,
That's
I
the
like
same way it
heated
goes.
seats.
Like,
I got a Mercedes.
Yo, I fucks with them heated seats though. My car don't have them now, and it's. I mean, you guys know what I got on my feet right now. That feet heater, but seat heater. Oof.
I think it's gonna be a bad.
I had it in my Acura, but I think I crashed that shit. I don't even remember what happened to my Acura, but oh man, heated seats. I gotta make sure my next car got heated seats.
Though. Like, yeah, I agree. I like to make my man
Listen,
feel
right?
good. When my man dresses up, I'm like, girl, you look so fine. Like,
Struggle streaming. That never happens in the middle. What the hell is going on? Oh no, why are we struggle streaming? Hang on, guys. I got this. I promise. I promise. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. All right, we're at 208. Let's just refresh. 208.39. 208. Boom. Come on, baby. Struggle streaming. I hate that. Struggle stream. What the fuck is going on? Is my internet out? No, we're here, right? What is going on? So I mean, what they're talking about that is the fact that the expectation of what it means to be a man has just gone through the roof. Or maybe it hasn't gone through the roof, but the level of expectation of what is appreciated is no longer appreciated. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. I'm sorry, guys. Give me a minute here. Give me a minute. Oh, Jesus fucking this fucking work. What do you guys think though? Let me know what you're thinking about
Gonna do it. And for anyone out here who disagrees with me, I'm going to do it. The things men do for status, let's actually analyze how big with me.
All right.
The thing.
Where were we? Fuck. I don't remember. 20. What did I say? 209?
Man dresses up. I'm like, girl, you look so fine. Like,
The strength in Auntie's patience is fluent with her words. How she hasn't beat the logic out of these girls talking with no concept of life experience is beyond me. It's the brainwashing, my guy. It's the brainwashing. They cannot engage with this. I'm sure they after this, when they rewatch this, if they rewatch this, maybe they'll just be thinking about it later. I'm sure a lot of this stuff will stick a lot more. But they're on camera, they're on panel, and they're just like, no, that's not what it is.
I like to make my man feel good, but he has to do that to me as well.
Listen, right?
He has to offer me that
I listen
sexual.
to Mr. Tate, right? Say about, let me put, for instance, there's an artist that I like. My man likes it too. COVID had just sort of like finished. I got 2 free tickets to go. My man said to me, "You're not going." What would you do?
I'm going.
What would you do?
Why am I not going?
It doesn't matter. He said to you,
Exactly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There is something that he says that is important to him. If it is important to him, it should be important to you. Now, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't have a conversation about it. That doesn't mean that your opinion doesn't matter. But there's a reason. So let's bring Darshawn back up. And they were just talking about, I don't know, you might be my good luck charm. As soon as you left, I was struggle streaming the whole time. Couldn't get it to play. I don't know, but we got the magic back. But there, actually, let's just, I want to get your opinion on what she's saying.
It's that I like. My man likes it too. COVID had just sort of like finished. I got 2 free tickets to go. My man said to me, "You're not going." What would you do?
I'm going.
What would you do?
Why am I not going?
It doesn't matter.
Why am I not going? That is the qualifier question for that scenario. How does that rub you?
That's a totally disagreeable woman. If I'm your man and I tell you not to go, I just have a different foresight, or just be home with me, that type of deal. But for them, it's you're telling me what to do. I'm my own woman,
I want you no freedoms. But yeah, I mean well, why am I not going? Why are you not going? Like, okay, we can have that conversation. You're not gonna like the answers. So does it matter? Or are we just wasting breath here?
He said to you,
"It does matter," because that's just illogical submission.
I know. No, but the whole point is you pick someone that you respect enough to trust his judgment, even when you disagree. That's the whole point.
I want to find
that I don't agree with. Because you're just because you're in a relationship.
Guys, stop. Wait. We need one at a time.
Why would you think it's something stupid or whatever? You trust the man enough to be with him. You trust the man enough to sleep with him. So why won't you trust his opinion? Why does he have to give that? If I say to my man, don't do this, the first thing is you're thinking, she's telling me what to do. There must be a reason behind it. Why she's telling me not to do? Because she...
Exactly. And Deidre says when it comes to these women, excluding Auntie, she's the old guard. Scripture lied. Well, that's not the only place. But I hear you. These are not, and I'm sure all of them go to church. Well, I would bet any woman who would say, "Why am I not going?" to the question, you have tickets to this thing and your man doesn't want you to go. Any woman who is going to say, "Well, why am I not going?"
Yeah.
Again, doesn't mean you can't have the conversation. But at the end of the day, somebody has to be a leader.
Yeah.
I mean, Dr. Evil says, I find it more beneficial to be with women that don't constantly need to be told what to do. Well, that's definitely a life hack if you can figure that out now.
Absolutely a life hack if you can find that out.
And the I forgot what I was gonna say. All right, let's dive back in and figure out what I was gonna say. Not
Trust
again.
me, I did not go. I had 2 free tickets.
I'll tell
I
you
did
why,
not go.
Mama. I'll tell you
But
why.
that man-
Wait. Auntie, you asked me a question. I'll tell you why. Because the same way a man wants that sort of validation, a woman wants assurance. I don't want to just blindly do everything all the time, especially sometimes I'm thinking, okay, that's a
Okay, so
distraction.
let's talk.
That's what submission
No,
is.
so let's make
Yeah,
a
but
point.
that's
Auntie
because-
made
He's just laying in wait. He's like, all right, let's talk about submission
a really
then.
important point. Auntie made a
Yeah.
really important point because the point she's making is twofold, and it's extremely important because a lot of women talk about being submissive, but they're submissive when it suits them. That's not submission. So she wanted to go to the concert. He said no. She trusts him as a man. She didn't go. Absolute respect for that. That's exactly what my woman would have done. Exactly the same thing. Women go, I'm submissive. You're submissive when he's buying you shit in bed and you're submissive. But the second he says something you don't like, you instantly turn off the submission and run your fucking mouth. That's not submissive. That's manipulation. That's bullshit. So that's the first.
That's not submission. That's manipulation.
There you go. That's what it is.
And I could argue in court that is our pay. I wouldn't because I'm not a little bitch. But Dr. Hoover says, in my home, I set the tone with the quality of my decision making. They follow that lead. They
Right.
know. If you are that guy, this is what we've been talking about this whole time. If you are that guy, then you won't have to fight with the role. You will be the leader by virtue of being the leader.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's many elements, but there's the element of you being that guy and her being willing to fit into that. Because you could be that guy, and there's still plenty of women out there who just won't have anything that you have to say. They know everything. They got to do everything there, whatever. So those are a lost cause. Those are the buy a dog, don't die alone women.
Yeah. And
But
let
if
me
you-
say something. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, if you don't become that guy, then you never have the options.
Yeah.
You're just stuck with whatever is going to sleep with you. What are you going to say?
I think a lot of men want to know how to be the leader, how to have women follow you. And it's really simple. It's just leading in your own personal life by example. It's having them seeing you interact with people, how you manage your money, how you manage your time, how you respect yourself. That's how you show leadership, like within your relationships, friendships, and marriages, etc.
Facts. Well said. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's manipulation.
First thing. The second thing is responsibility and authority are linked. And as a man, if I'm going to be responsible for a woman, I need a degree of authority over her. This is the reality of it. If I'm going to be responsible for paying your bills, and responsible for your personal safety, and responsible for your personal development, and responsible for fixing the light fitting, and responsible for everything that I'm supposed to do as a man, I need a degree of authority to sometimes come along and say X, Y, Z, and be obeyed. If I'm going to have a ship, if you have a ship, the reason the captain has to go down with the ship is because he is responsible for everything that happens on that ship. And because of that, he has authority. If he yells at the shipmates and they all ignore him, then he can't be considered responsible for the problems on the ship, which means he doesn't have to die with it. If you want a man invested in a relationship, he needs to be responsible for you,
Oh, sorry.
but he needs authority over you. And you know what? The smartest thing you can do as a woman is sit and go, you know what? Going to this concert is 2 hours, but this is going to piss him off and it's going to splinter in his mind for years. Is this really worth it?
So before they go on, we got a couple more comments here. Dietrich says, a woman who's got it all together? Did a lightning shark bite you on the way? No, it's just a dream. It's just a dream. Yeah. He's got it going on. Dr. Evil Genius has done it right. Both of you guys. Now Freedom says, why do you want to lead children? Because children need to be led.
Wait, that's a odd question. Why do you want to lead children? I mean, you need to give them some type of guidance, or they'll just be out here wreaking havoc and not respecting people. And then you'll have a world full of just chaotic children running around.
And so the point that he was talking about is saying that these women are children. So why do you want to lead children? But everything that you said is absolutely right. We've been talking about how even though these are wise and intelligent and accomplished women, they still have these ideas.
Yeah.
And where does it come from? Dogmatic thinking, semantic obfuscation, using words in ways they are not meant to be used to make you think things about reality that don't comport with reality. I mean, yeah, it's not your problem, but nobody said it was, I don't think.
Now, I'm not saying let some man abuse you, let some man treat you like shit, but if you have a good man who's good to you 99% of the time, and he comes along and he really cares about something, you should give him that grace and give him that, you know what, he's the man, he said it, boom, done. Because if something happened to you at that...
Even there, they're like, well, I don't know. He just laid out, it's your perfect man. And even in the ideal utopian example, well, I don't know. I mean, I say that I want, you know. Jared, I like that one. Can't have children what the woke are. Yeah, I mean, the fact is, it's the dogmatic thinking when we're talking about this comes from the government. It comes from the government and the media because they're fucking. It's if we don't talk about this, then it's just going to continue. And I'm not deluded to think that, you know, with my 700 subscribers that I'm going to change the world. But I'm only just getting started. So, I mean, you're right, Jared. A lot of adults out there, men, women, or otherwise, act like children. And so, what are we going to do? Are we going to be like, no freedoms and just, or are we going to fucking do something about it? That's your choice. If you want to be like, no freedoms, just sit around and complain about shit, then sit around and complain about shit. You have that right as an American. Goddamn right you do. But people like me and Darshan and Dr. Genius and Jared and a lot of people who are out here doing something, or at least trying. Maybe we're failing. Maybe we are terribly, awfully, we're just terrible at this. Maybe. But we're not doing this. So, well, okay.
Concert. If your bag was snatched, if you got fucking robbed, if someone tried to punch you, if someone grabbed you, who would you call?
Facts, Jared.
Help me.
The police.
You call your man.
The police.
You call him.
Senor Andrew,
The police. I would call the police. Tell me you live in a city without telling me you live in a city.
Right.
The police. Average response time around the entire country, including places that have very fast response. I'm pretty sure it's around 12 minutes. Definitely fact check me on that because I don't know that for sure. I'm pretty sure 12 minutes. Do you know what the fucking happened in 12 minutes?
A whole lot.
The worst thing that you can imagine can happen in 12 minutes. I don't know what you're imagining, but it's not going to take 12 minutes.
It's the Tate King, Master Supreme Leader of everything, the universe, the Matrix, and all of that. No, I'll just say this because it keeps him chill.
Wait,
I make my points the right way. You're not.
But Tate, do you not think that it's not respected?
Wait, guys, wait 1 second. You go ahead. You want to say something?
It's just doing the most.
Of course, I have to do the most. This is the thing. What you don't understand is that as a lady, I am displaying to you that it's very easy to speak to a man like Andrew Tate as long as you don't need to step on his toes and you respect the authority that he has. I'm not going to sit here and try and fight against a man that has done a lot more in my life, been in rooms I haven't been in because he's Andrew Tate. I respect you, but I can still put my points across. Okay, my point is. No, but there is a point, of course.
Look, my point is, when you say but after something, you just cancel everything you said before.
However, it's a point, it's an acknowledgement, and then comes the counter argument because I don't.
These are a whole lot of words without any meaning.
Have to agree with you to speak. Okay, so my point simply is, fine, I get that, but at the end of the day, the same
you get what
way that we have evolved now, as and when I have evolved, I would expect, and what I do want is not equality, is a certain level of respect, which means that if I am also somebody that is quite smart, somebody that can take care of themselves, I've done all of this for about 30 years of my life, you can't tell me just
I don't care.
No.
I abso-fucking-lutely can tell you no. I abso-fucking-lutely can tell you no. Unless you are literally trying to RPay me, then yes, at any point, I can say no. It doesn't matter that you make more money than me. You have a nicer car than me. It doesn't matter that you have higher degrees than me. Number one, I bet you I'm fucking smarter than you. Number two, even if I'm not, then maybe I'm not for you, but that doesn't mean that you're smarter. Ugh.
Yeah, she had a whole bunch of word salad.
You got anything here,
bro? No, she had a whole bunch of word salad right there, man. I don't even know if she ever came to the point, you know. I think somebody jumped in on the conversation and went beyond her.
Well, she was just saying, you can't tell me no. Let's see if she goes further with that. Let's be fair. Let's see if
she can take care of themselves. I've done all of this for about 30 years of my life. You can't tell me just no. What the condition is, the condition is, instead of telling me no, give me the assurance as to why you said no. Because actually, I am agreeable when you make me feel assured that what you're doing makes me feel safe. Actually, because what women are looking a lot for is stability. And stability comes from knowing that you can trust a man. I don't trust blindly.
Mike, that's engagement. Don't even. He's
It
good.
doesn't count if you're only agreeable when you feel like being agreeable.
Can I just say
Like,
something,
that's why-
Nova?
That's
Can
why
I just
I
say
said
something?
I'm
You're only
submissive out of
submissive
logic,
when you're only
and
submissive when you
respect.
feel like being like when you feel
Do you
like
know-
it.
do you
That's
know-
not
Can I just say
submissive.
something, Nova?
Out of respect.
This is again. This is very chaotic. Take control of your own platform. There's people watching you, and now I am trying to present your content, which I very much appreciate. But we're trying to get your message out there, and you're not doing a good job here because everybody's talking over each other. Come on, Pearl.
We live in different houses.
Of course.
If I went, he'd never know. Me and my man, because I'm a caregiver. If I went, he would have never known.
Right.
So I still didn't go.
Okay. And?
So what you were saying?
So I'll say to you, okay, baby, you don't want me to go. Why don't you want me to go? Like, what's worrying? What's the matter? Why would you?
Oh,
want
we're
me to
still
go?
back at this. We're still back at this. You want to go to a thing. Doesn't matter what it is. This man that you trust and love and respect says, no, I don't want you to do that. And maybe you have the conversation. And you say, well, you know what? I think I want to go. And he says, okay, I hear you and I understand you, but I still would prefer that you didn't go. And, not even saying you can't go. I would prefer that you didn't go. And I'm going to be very upset if you do. You have every right to. Well, what what is so important about any one thing that you can do? Doesn't matter what it is. What is so important about that? That you're willing to die alone for a girls' night at the club?
Yeah.
All right. Dietrich says, respect is like snow. It builds up and melts more or less as the season, aka relationship, goes on. It's not a dam that you release when it's convenient for you. Very well said. I like that a lot. Respect is like snow. I like that. Good comment there.
Why would I want to question him when he's always got my best interest at heart?
Well, I want to know.
Bing! Why would I want to question him when he's got my best interests at heart? As a dog trainer, this is exactly it's exactly what I do. Training these dogs to realize, yo, trust me, you can't open doors. You can't get into the cabinet that has your food. Trust me, I got this. If you try to run shit, it's not going to work. But if you follow my lead, I guarantee you, I promise you, I will do everything I can to make sure you have the best life possible. And it will be way better than the life you are trying to have, controlling everything. Well, why? Just try it. Just try it.
Why? Because my best interest.
Why should he have to explain everything?
Because you're not a child. You are also an adult.
No, and it's not
And
us.
treating
It's not
a
only that
woman
way.
like she doesn't have her own mind is
It
very
is-
It is an
disrespectful.
acknowledgement. It's
Like,
acknowledgement.
I'm sorry. Think about it, right? I'm 26, right?
Yeah.
I've lived my life all by myself, and then I'm in a relationship, and this man is telling me I can't go out.
know you do.
With no reason.
Girls, let me give you
Does that make sense?
let me-
Can I do that to a man and just say I don't want you
If
to go
I
out?
told him, if I told my man, listen, right, you know, you said you're going such and such, but you know what? I don't really think you should go. He'll think about it and he'll say, you really don't want me to go? And I'll say, no, he won't go.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie.
There's no man
That's
gonna
nice.
go
If we
to a
can do,
woman.
if we can do
That is a
vetoes
lie.
like that,
Let me give you. Let me.
baby, I
let-
can veto. You can veto.
Let me ask you, girls.
anytime.
Let me ask you girls a question. The reason she decided not to go is because this is obviously not a regular occurrence, right? So he had a reason, and she trusts his judgment. Let me give you girls a scenario. Let's imagine I'm with a chick, whatever. She has a concert. I say I don't want you to go, and she replies like you. Why can't I go? And I say,
So that's the situation so far. We have a woman who is with Andrew Tate, specifically Andrew Tate. Not some loser dude, some random whatever. Specifically Andrew Tate. She wants to go to the concert, and he says no. And she replies, like you said, why can't I go?
got a bad feeling. Don't go. Now what?
Now
That-
it's like,
so would you think the woman should just go, I don't give a shit about
Now-
your stupid feeling and bounce? Or should
That's exactly what I was saying. Why does it matter? If you don't know the reason, then you're already not going to understand when I explain it to you. Because these things are inherent. It's inherent to going to a nightclub or going to whatever. That these are meat markets. This is not for, we're just having a good time.
Yeah.
Oh, did we lose me? Am I here?
You're frozen a little bit. You were freezing up a little bit.
All right. Well, we're struggle streaming, so let's run right through it.
no.
What is the reason.
In my
for
way,
that bad
in
feeling.
There's no reason. There's no reason.
That doesn't make
Bad
sense.
Wait,
Like,
bad feeling.
this is the
that
thing.
doesn't make sense.
Wait,
How can
look
you
at the
have
key.
a bad feeling?
Listen, my sister. This is the key. When
My
you say,
sister.
I just got a bad feeling. Let me tell you how that is get translated into my head. He cares about me, and he's actually thinking about something that potentially could be happening that I'm not aware of. I love him for thinking outside the box. But you've reassured me. You've shown me respect for being able to
No,
make
but
my
I'm
own
saying-
decision.
Nope. This is why you need to look at women's actions and not their words. She said, well, now that I think about it, even though I asked the question 4 times and you gave me a really vague answer that doesn't actually mean anything, well, I trust you because it means you care about me. Do you honestly think a woman who's trying to go with her friends to a concert and you say, well, I don't know, I just got a bad feeling. Oh my God, he cares about me.
Mhm.
Your default was why?
Yep.
Your default was, why are you trying to hold me down and say I can't do that? But all of a sudden, he's just like, I got a bad feeling. Like, oh, he cares about me. He's like, oh my God. Come on.
Yeah.
And that's all it takes.
No,
that's all the girl wants to hear.
No, but
I'm sorry,
when
you
you
need
try
a
to-
logical reason as to why you're going to tell me.
A feeling is not logical. A feeling is not
What
logical.
is
Guys, the whole point is
They
like
need
you're not.
painting a
The whole
story.
point is a guy doesn't want to explain like every decision he makes.
And I don't want to
Men-
admit
but
to
a lot
every
of
decision
times,
he
a lot of
makes.
times, like men think things through a lot like more than we realize, and so he's already thought about it. He's already made his decision. It's a headache to him when every time he makes a decision, he has to explain it to you.
That's
But
right. And if you
even
trust
to
that man,
understand-
if you trust that man and you've been with him as long as Auntie's been with her man, and he says something with the kind of relationship they have and the respect they have for each other, of course she's gonna be like, all right, well, cool, done. That's trust. And that's trust. And
Wasn't happy.
of course. And also that's
And that sounds like horror to these women.
Yep.
Even though they're talking about how badly they want this, that, and the other, mostly revolving around having a man to provide resources for them. And they're sitting in a room with a man who has a lot of resources and a woman who has a man who she's happy with the resources that he's providing. But they know everything. All right. Buy a dog. Die alone.
Die alone.
That's it.
That's a really good point about submission, because submission is largely misunderstood. Like, I can tell you a million stories. I've had girls who are like, yeah, you're the man, you're in charge, and yeah, no problem. Da-da. Yeah, she's cool on the jet, she's cool in Dubai, she's cool in the restaurant, she's cool in the 5-star, she's cool in the Lambo. But the second I say something that she half doesn't like, then she's like, well, you know what? Then she's a feminist, right? So women do this very well. A lot of women flip flop. Like, if you trust your man and you really want to be with him, you really want to submit to him, there's going to be times you're going to submit in ways you don't like. That's the whole point of it. There's going to be
Do you know
times
what,
you're gonna do
Tate?
things
That
you
is
don't
what
wanna do.
submission
I've
means.
said this in the past. I respect you in the fact that you're willing to give a woman a life. You're willing to provide for her.
But-
so I respect that you can then.
We all are. Maybe not all of us, but the average man, that is what we want. We want to provide for you. What is it
Yeah.
that you think we're doing?
But see, we only want to provide for women that we know truly appreciate it.
Sure.
Like, they look at men and like, hey, do this for me because I'm a woman.
Mhm.
Do this for me because I'm your girlfriend type of deal. It's like, no, listen, you got to be like the top tier, you know. You got to
I
be
bet-
top white.
What do you think about the idea that women who, the modern woman mentality that is so commonly discussed? Do you think, like, I'm trying to think of, like, back to the 90s, and I'm thinking about, I mean, I was a kid in the 90s, so I'm thinking about, like, rom-com movies from the 90s. Do you think that there was that much of a shift in the way men were portrayed? And not just in movies, just media in general, that is creating this mentality in women that is making them think that is the default, that the man is going to do everything in the world, and that's the default. That's not something that he's showing me that's special to me. That's just what men are. They do all of the things, and we get to that's what it is.
I mean, that's what they're showing us. I think from the 90s up until now, yeah, that's what that shift was. If I don't know why they think that. I don't know why they feel entitled to believe that we're just supposed to do any and everything for them because we're men. It's most
Derek
of us
Jackson.
men. Oh, hey, I got a whole nother story about him. But listen, man, when it comes to and this is why you got to walk. That's why I was telling you earlier about walking it slow in conversation and doing certain things and getting to know people. Because when you jump into it, or if you jump somebody bones too quick, or you just really just get into it too quick, they'll put that pressure on you, like, well, you're supposed to do this for me because I gave you a piece of my body, you know, type of deal. So you got to be careful with that. So yeah, they feel entitled to it because we're men.
But
And
you
then
say, hey, I paid for this $400 dinner, and I don't go down that road.
Right. And then I feel entitled to that if I paid 400, you know.
Well,
So
there you go. But
I blame
even
the
still,
power.
hey, you get flown out, you get flued out, and they still
Yeah.
be like, well, I'll see. I'm gonna be submissive by logic.
Yeah.
Yeah. The teacher says the Powerpuff Girls. I mean, Powerpuff Girls were a lot stronger than we would expect, but they were superheroes, so we'll give them we'll give them a pass.
and one thing I'm gonna say too before we get on to it, one thing I dislike is when a grown woman says, "But I'm a girl." I hate that part. I dislike that part when they go into the "I'm a girl, you're supposed to do this." Like, no, you're a grown woman and you're supposed to do this for yourself, and I'm supposed to do this for myself. And if I like something special about you, I'll let you know that I'm gonna do it for you. But don't feel entitled to my pockets.
Exactly. 100%. 100% agree.
And tell her, I want you to do this, and she has to listen.
Right,
but a lot of women, they want autonomy over themselves. Personally, I don't want a man that's going to provide for me just so he can tell me to sit down, and I'm a dog and I'm going to sit down.
Let's understand something.
I can make my own decisions too.
Let's understand something. Every man will give you a life. It's just a matter of whether you're happy with
Not
the life
every
that
man can afford it, though.
No, exactly. Every man will give you a life. It's just a matter of whether you're happy with the life that man is capable of giving. And this goes back into the earlier points we were saying. You can find a good man who will work his ass off and give you the best life he can possibly give you every ounce of strength inside of him. He'll give you all he has. You can get that. But if you're going to wake up and go, no, I don't want that life. I want that life. Well, then that comes with problems.
Yeah,
and this is the cognitive dissonance that most females are where they sit and go, I want that life, but I want him to act like that guy. I want the Nissan and the McLaren. You can't have both. You need to decide. And there becomes a degree of female maturity. As you said earlier, you get to a point where you're like, you know what? Maybe all that glitz and glam and bullshit isn't worth it.
It's not worth it.
You grow up, right? Yeah. And that's fantastic. And
that's why we're seeing a panel with Andrew Tate and Brittany Renner on the same couch. And she's just sitting there quiet.
Yeah.
Have this conversation 2 years ago. 2 years ago with Brittany Renner and Andrew Tate and see how that goes. Gonna think it's going a little bit different.
Yeah.
But once you hit the wall, it's like, fuck, they were right. Jared says, I'm glad my wife can take care of herself, but I'm happy I can take care of her too. And vice versa. Yeah, that's the winning combo. Just like balance. As we've been talking about all night, balance. That's beautiful, Jared. I'm glad to hear that.
It's a different decision. And I'm saying that a lot of women get to that point. The problem is, in the modern world, the shit women did before they got to that point, from 19 to 24, pisses the man off to the point where he's never going to be as good as he could be.
Guys, can I get 2 more likes, please? 2 more likes. That's it. 2 more likes, and I'll be so happy.
It's different in your world, right? You met a man, you stay with that man day. I know plenty of people. First man, high school sweethearts. The world was different only 40, 50 years ago. The second man, they've been married for
40, 50 years ago? The world was very different 10 years ago.
10 years ago, yeah.
Tinder came out, I believe it was 2012. I graduated college in 2012. When I was in college, like, people would use it, but it wasn't like a thing. It was kind of like, ugh. Not anymore. Since 2012.
The world was different 15 days ago. The way this stuff is going.
Facts, man. I mean, the rate. No freedoms. You're a funny dude, no freedoms. I like you.
Forever, 50-year marriages, all that shit's gone. And then we have to tie back into all the other sub-points I've made. Into you've had a very fun life at your peak sexual value from 19 to 24, running around doing X, Y, Z. Now you're with this guy who can't give you the life he knows you've already lived. Part of him feels inferior. His status is damaged because all the shit you did is on Instagram, and he ain't the one who gave it to you. And now you're expecting a whole bunch of crap out of him. And now, when he comes and works his ass off and manages to save up and buy a BMW and picks you up, hey, I got a BMW, you go, yeah, I like Mercedes. And this is the point you're missing. It's not.
Yeah, and no freedoms. If you're saying that about, if you're asking about Brittany Renner, yes, she's the one that trapped, quote unquote, PJ Washington and got a kid from him now. But what he's saying is on point here.
All about the fucking car. It's about about something larger than that. It's about making him feel like he's a man again and that he's in charge.
A woman
You're sitting
shouldn't
here
have to make
arguing
a man
saying,
feel like
you're
a
sitting here
man.
going, I'm an autonomous female. I can fucking like that. But what are you doing? You're damaging the psyche of the man who's trying to love you. Is it worth it?
But what do you mean by loving? Can we break it down? Can we break it down? Does loving mean that you listen to what I have to say and also think about what I want and not just what you want? Is that what loving means? If that's it, I can subscribe to that. But I'm not gonna subscribe to sit down and you have to sit down. What? I'm a grown ass woman. I pay my own bills and you're gonna tell me what to do?
That's fine. But it gets to a point. It gets to a point, and you have to sit and analyze the scenario you're in and try and realize and pick your battles. And I'm telling you, you may not realize it, but a man does a whole bunch of shit for you that you don't know. He's watching the shows you want to watch. He's listening to you talk gossip about the girls at work. He's fucking going, yeah, I like that dress, that dress. He doesn't give a fuck about any of it. He's doing it for you.
See, that's
But the second it's back the other way, you have some fucking issue with
He's
autonomy.
right.
Always.
He's right.
Always.
Listen, yeah, he's
Always an issue, always a caveat, always. And this is why you see men who are like, I've been a very easygoing guy all of my life, and I'm just like, I don't care about a lot of things that I mean, I have my particulars of you know, I'm very particular in certain areas, but outside of those few areas, I'm pretty laid back. Like, if you like this over that, then I don't really give a shit. And I was just the guy to go along to get along. And I realized that that translated into, oh, this is just a little bitch who will let me do whatever I want. And so the landscape has changed that I now have to act like I'm different than I am, so that you can get to, so that you'll even entertain learning who I am, which seems backwards.
Yeah, ass backwards.
Yeah, DJ said, looks around for who said she had to sit down and what they want. Nope, she's that's the sign language coming out. Shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right. Oh, Mike with a great comment here said we need balance, but balance is not 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I'm nitpicking, then I would say it is 50-50. It's not just the same 50 and the same 50. But the core of what you're saying is that it doesn't mean everything is exactly split down the middle and we pay the same bills. And that's not what balance, or that's not the kind of balance that you necessarily want to look for. It's a balance in complementing each other. I do this well, so I'm going to take charge there. She does that well, so she's going to do that. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that too? I mean, is that complicated? You know, I mean, Rich Cooper always will say, men love to complicate their lives and justify why. Just keep it simple. Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Right, because women talk nonsense for a long time. And they say like, yeah, babe, you're right. Yeah, babe, can't believe she did that. It's true, babe. Oh, yeah, that show is good. Yeah, babe. Yeah, it's true. You become
I agree. Men do a lot, but women do a lot too. As much as if my man caters to me, I will do anything to make him happy. If he says, "Oh, babe, I like this meal," I will make sure I can cook it for him, because guess what? He actually cares about what I want as well. You can't just have a one-way relationship.
That is standard. That is standard. You cooking a meal he likes should be not even something that you mention. No, freedoms ain't wrong.
Yeah.
Now, the ones, again, we're talking about generalities. So if you're, you know, obviously I'm not talking about Darshan's wife when we're talking about this. Any of you guys, I'm not talking about your wives. You know, Jared was talking about how his wife and they have a good balance. We're not talking about those women. Yeah. Lucky for y'all, you found one of them. But the rest of us out here, we still out here. And we trying to, this shit, as Darshan, every 15 days, this shit's changing. We trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, some people are just out trying to get their dick wet, and kudos, do your thing.
Yeah.
But I got shit going on. And I'm looking for somebody who's trying to jump on that train and fucking go to the moon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
But we going there. So it's up to you. It's up to y'all. Believe me or don't, but it is what it is. Mm-hmm. It is what it is.
Hey, I'm just saying. I'm just commenting. I'm just saying. If I was a woman and I had to make a man as attracted to me as possible, my goal would be to give that man status and make him feel good about himself, and I'd be very, very careful talking too much about life experiences or opposing views, not because he's out to oppress me, not because he's an evil, horrible person, but because he's trying to find somebody with a similar life view. He's trying to find somebody he can show the world to, trying to find somebody he can feel like he can teach things to. That's how you get the best out of a man. I'll tell you now, you get the best out of a man.
That's why I got Clementine.
No, but if you go into a man's room when he's playing video games, and he's playing video games, and you say, all you do is play video games, and you nag him, he'll play video games. If you walk in there and go, you know what, you're so smart, I've seen you do so many amazing things, and you said so many amazing things, why do you waste your time playing video games? You could show me so much. Now you're getting off the fucking console.
Yeah.
I know it's an ego play. I know your old girls are like, why should I have to do that? There's a lot of things.
Because it tells you look pretty.
And this goes to anything. You know, he's using video games because, one, they're popular, and two, it's something that women look at as, you know, just the worst thing ever. I'm not a gamer, but, you know, if I had a fucking PS5 or 4 or whatever, I would sure shit play it. But that's the thing, is that there is value in anything.
Mhm.
If you possess that value, and you can instill knowledge, or you can instill whatever it is, because you have good fucking muscle fibers in your thumbs, and you can strategize it. There is a way that is relevant to your life.
Right.
If it wasn't, they would have made the game differently. You are already built to be able to be good at whatever it is. If it wasn't, they would have built the game different. So figure out whether it's chess, whether it's Call of Duty, whether it's Fortnite, whether it's fucking Fruit Chat. What was that? Ninja Fruit. You know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There's something there that if you like doing that, then figure out a way. Figure out a way. Teacher says, I don't envy you dudes in the dating scene right now. Yeah. They are, in fact, crazy. Yeah.
What did Kevin Samuel say with the FBI? Was it feminine, or was it fit, beautiful, and inspirational?
Yep.
A lot of women.
Beautiful, inspirational. Absolutely.
It's so difficult for them to be inspirational.
Indie film over here. What do you mean by that? It's hard for them to be inspirational.
They don't know how to inspire a man to bump it up to the next level. I'm not going to say that every man on the face of this planet wants to be rich, but I can tell you that most of us want to be in a very comfortable lifestyle, to where we can eat whatever we want to eat and go where we want to go. But that comes with a little inspiration from a woman sometimes. Like, you got to motivate yourself. But if you're living with somebody who is constantly tearing you down, or not encouraging you, or not even sitting down with you to look at the blueprint on how to move forward on a prototype, then you're just going to always be in that constant recycle of a rut, and you're gonna despise each other. You're gonna hate your life, and you're gonna be trying to figure out how to get away from this person.
And that's why you need to be the one to understand that. And it's not her responsibility to figure that shit out.
Right.
It's not.
Yeah.
And so it makes sense that she's going to just be kind of going along and following. That is what we're talking about, is that we want that. But if you expect that, this is the same. Again, I'm not comparing women to dogs. I'm comparing the aspect of submission and respect. But when I'm training a dog, and we get to the point, you know, I try to make training fun, but it eventually gets to a point where the dog's like, wait a minute, I see what you're doing. You're trying to control me. And they're right. So at that point, you have to fucking put your foot down and be like, yes, dude, I'm trying to control your entire life. But if you trust me, it will work out for both of us. There are people who can do that, and there's people who just kind of waver. The people who waver don't have obedient dogs. The people who don't have obedient dogs often don't have obedient wives. Just saying. Jared says, I received more time not playing video games and focused on bettering myself. Besides the time I visit my nephew, playing video games with him, I haven't played regularly in 3 years. Word up, word up. Hey, we got Jimmy Dean in the building. Resident Sausage, what is good? What is good? You are the bane of my existence, and no, I'm just kidding. Glad you're here about it. You got it. Facts, dogs are. Oh, I thought you were. Did you say? Actually, I don't have to worry about my woman cheating. My wife works on an ambulance 12 hours a day and comes home right after to me and her children. We have a very strong relationship. There you go. Hey, we got Positile in the building. Chessmaster over here. What is good? What is good? Yeah, if you guys want to play chess in the Discord, please let it go. But if you win and you're not here, then it don't count for the competition. The competition where you can win $100 and a free The Indian Jesus t-shirt just by joining and engaging with the Discord. The link is in the description, so get in it. Yeah, so submission and respect. Why is it that these women are so averse to these two words? It doesn't make sense.
In the morning.
It's because you win. It's because in the end you win. You talk about why should I have to do that? Well, why should you have to work hard to gym to get six pack? Because you win. That's the game. It's actually, men are so simple. We are so simple. And the truth is, women know it. This is what's amazing. Women pretend they're confused. You're not confused. You know. You're just egos are in the way. And society's telling you something else. And you just fucking refuse to be agreeable, nice people.
So, no,
and
it's
then you
true.
wonder why men have this fucking problem marrying.
Wait. No, agreeable is being
Pearl, control your goddamn panel.
So I have a question for the girls. So imagine you're dating a guy, okay, and it's your birthday, and for your birthday he gets you, let's say, a $500 gift, okay, and you're happy, right? It's thoughtful, it's specific to you. Then you found out last year he got his ex-girlfriend an entire birthday party. How does that make you feel? He did the most. He rented out the nicest hotel in London. He got her everything she wanted the year before.
Me not care.
You don't care at all?
I don't really care. As long as he's making me
We got a Caribbean. Me not care.
happy.
Okay,
Yeah,
you don't care.
We're different.
Cap. Stop the fucking cap.
Yeah.
You wouldn't care. Well, I don't care because this is why you need to look at women's actions and not follow their words. I'm sorry. Good.
I'm curious if Pearl is actively listening to her panel, because she be switching up the conversation on the wrong questions. I'd be like, what is she talking about?
Well, I imagine that I imagine you're right. That you know, especially as my platform's starting to grow, and like, okay, I got comments here, and there's people in the Discord, and there's the video going on. Now I got you up here. There's a lot going on. So it's like, if you're not prepared for this, then it's a lot. But she sometimes has like 10 people in the studio.
Yeah.
Or at least according to her. I don't watch this shit that regularly, but according
Like
to her,
10 people on a panel, like as guests.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I don't know if it's like 10, but I've seen where there's like 3 or 4 dudes and at least 3 or 4 chicks, and it's stiff. It's definitely stiff. But that's exactly why she's a good producer. That's it. And kudos. It's hard to be a good producer, but she's not a manosphere red pill guru of any sort. Any film, completely agree with you. It seems like she's going down a list, and it's very stiff. It's very stiff, and that was never. Like I said, I don't really watch her panels like that, but it was abundantly clear. It was abundantly clear with her one-on-one conversation with Brittany that it was just like, all right, we're kind of just doing this, and like, I don't really know what we're doing. We're just you're a name, so and that's it. But hey, Andrew Tate, right?
People too.
Yeah.
It's a relationship, and maybe
Exactly.
like, you know, he bought her flowers every day, 365 days a year, and he didn't do that for me. It's like, well, if that's what makes her happy, he's gonna do what makes her happy.
Exactly.
I mean, I get the angle. What you're saying is like, oh, he did all that for her. Why am I not good enough? But the second you compare yourself, you lose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The second you compare yourself, you lose. What do you think about that? The second you compare yourself, you lose.
For a woman, yeah. When you compare yourself when they compare themselves to the other woman, you're gonna lose, because they battle differently in their mind emotionally, because they'll always keep on looking at it. Well, you did this for that person, why you're not doing it for me? So that's why she was saying you gotta. That's why they're different. You know?
Okay. So I was thinking about it in where it would be good to compare yourself to other women, as long as you are comparing the right metrics. Is she doing this for her man? Is that man reciprocating the things that is that relationship going well?
Yeah.
I would want women to compare themselves to their friends that are married and like what's different, what's going on, why does she have a man and a house and a family and this and that, and I'm out here running these streets.
Right. Yeah, that's a good one too. That's a good way for them to look at it.
Documentary says the defeatist mindset of the black pillars is exhausting to interact with.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I mean, hey, it's one of these things where if you say you can, you can. If you say you can't, you can't. So if you decide that you're fucked, then yeah, dude, you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
You may not be fucked. If you think you're fucked and you don't decide that you're fucked, try it. Or don't. I mean, you know. Dietrich says, I don't know what past trauma you experienced with this matter, but yours doesn't constitute my wife being an unfaithful whore. I hope you find someone. I think he's talking to No Freedoms here, saying, I hope you find someone who can change your rash choices to project. It's not just me. It's not just me, No Freedoms. People can see it. People can see it, bro. And we're not like, this is why I want you to join the Discord, because a lot of the things you say, I don't necessarily think are things that I would engage with, but I can't do it on YouTube. And I think that, you know, you'd be a lot happier if you found a space, which I have already created, and it's free, that you could express these ideas. What are we saying here? Women compare themselves to other women all the time, just like men do the same. However, it's just in a negative way. Well, see, that I agree with 100%. But I think in the context of relationships, I do think looking at what works, other people who have got it working. Now, you never know what's going on behind closed doors, but you could at least take some tips, right?
Yeah.
I agree, but I'm just saying that's how men look at like your past, is like basically like you've given it for free.
So here's my question to that, because all right, I love like everything we're talking about. Okay, so to all the viewers out there, including myself, right? You live life. There's gray area. You live and you fucking learn, right? So where the fuck do we go from here? So do I play the shame game where everybody walks away a fucking loser? Because I can do that. I beat myself up my entire life for every decision I've ever made.
These are questions you should have asked before you had a child, before you turned 30.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I understand that didn't make sense to you at 22 when you were getting ran through by half the NBA. But these are questions that you should have thought about before. Now what? I don't fucking know. I didn't put myself in this situation where I have a kid and I have nobody. I didn't do that. You did that, Brittany. Anything on that, Joshua?
No, I can't wait to hear what she has to say next.
Let's do it. I said, let's do it. Oh, Jesus.
Right? It got me nowhere. No. So I value myself. I see the world differently through a series of events, right? So what the fuck comes next? Because that's where I'm confused, right? Because I'm not, it's like, if you don't, if it's not like gifted to you, like even in your situation, like your dad provided you a life that like so many people would kill for. Like, you know what I mean? So that's why it's like, it sucks, because the reason I hate these conversations is because it's never about like empathy. Do I understand the scales and how someone may view you for this, that, and the third? Okay, but moving forward, then what? So okay, so I'm just gonna, like I said, make it about myself. I'm 30, single, mom. My fucking checkered past is all over Instagram. You know what I mean? I have people like you. She's a hoe. She's literally known for this. Okay.
Yup.
Okay. So what would be your advice to people like me then?
But I don't believe in gray area.
Don't fuck people just to fuck people. Don't fuck an NBA player just to get their baby. That would be my advice. I don't know what you do now. This is why we were telling you not to do those things before, because we don't know what the fuck to do with you anymore. That is the problem.
Yeah, I believe black and white.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate, because there's gray.
Well, no, I'll tell you what.
There's gray.
Do you know what? To answer, wait, I'm gonna answer your question. I mean, I just think there's consequences for your decisions, and I just think like my best advice would be to like lower your standards, like that, because I just think there's going to be consequences for putting, you know, promiscuous stuff on the internet. Okay, and you probably won't get the type of guy that you could have got at 22.
Exactly. Indie Film hit the nail on the head. Why is there checkered past all over Instagram? I didn't put it there.
Yeah. She wasn't thinking towards the future at all. She thought and that's what I was telling you earlier about her attractiveness, why she looks the way she looked. Now she hit the wall by looking at her life by saying, out of all these men I've been with, as attractive as I am, and all this, how my body looks, my body type, nobody wants to keep me. So she's asking herself, where do I go from here? Nobody wants to keep me, and I have a baby now. Now I really don't want to be kept.
Yeah, it only gets harder. She's only gonna get older. She's only gonna get uglier. The kid's gonna be a bigger and bigger part of her life until obviously, in 10 years, the kid's gonna be in I don't know how old, but in the next decade or so, he's gonna be in high school. But until then, honey, it's not our responsibility to figure out what to do when you put yourself in a hole, how to get out. You made your bed.
Yep.
Exactly, Jared. Looks fade. We're trying to tell them, but they don't want to listen.
Do you know what, sister?
It wasn't meant to be then.
Do you know what I'll tell you? I would say
it wasn't meant to be then.
I'm 30 and I'm single out of a situation that actually is not because I was a hoe and I was doing whatever. People can't call me that. I made a bad decision to be with somebody that hurt me alone. I stayed for 5 years. I came out super late. And do you know what I realized? What I learned is that I know now that I have to be selective and I have to think. If me taking longer to get to that stage is what it takes, then that's what it takes. You accept your future, you accept everything with gratitude, because as long as you're breathing, that's the most important thing. At least you've got your child. I am not afraid because I know the quality of woman that I am. I know my value regardless of whether I'm 30, 40, 50. Yeah. Do you understand? So you don't be afraid by other people's time limits and limitations and all of those things, because it actually doesn't matter. And I'll tell you why.
No, but your value goes down as you get older.
That's according to you.
No, but I'm saying to men, and you have to understand your buyer.
I'll tell you why. Because since Mr. Andrew Tate explained something about status, I understand very well what that actually means. And as a woman, the quality and the value that I hold for myself is actually the kind of value and quality that a man will appreciate the status it will bring to him, whether or not I'm a virgin. Because I've worked on myself to be a woman of quality and substance. I respect myself and I handle myself as such. Okay? And that is the way that you're going to actually overcome all of these bad mistakes that you've made, because who you are right now actually will make a difference if you stick to it and if you mean it and if you've always been that way. There's always another story for everybody. It doesn't matter. You'll be fine. Just got somebody that's been listening.
I would say to you. What are you about to say, Andrew?
I like that. You got any direct comments on that?
Well, she's advertising. She was like, to me, when I watched that whole stream, she was advertising to Andrew. She saw something in him that she wanted to kind of freshen up on. So she was pointing out to him that, hey, I could be submissive when you want me to. Well, I'm letting you know I got my own mind, but yet, I hear where she's coming from. She made a good stance there. But also, as I'm looking at them talk or listening to them talk, I could see she was advertising too. And go ahead.
That's exactly what I was getting at. Because again, that what she's saying sounds nice, but when it comes to practice, is that really what you're gonna do? Yeah. Dr. just says, even if she didn't get run through and have some other man's child, she's displayed this nasty attitude that men of all walks of life give the thumbs down and consistency in public.
Yeah.
Well, my checkered past is all over Instagram. Well, again, as Indie Film said, whose fault is that? Well, I'm 30 and I have a child and nobody around. Well, whose fault is that? Are you trying to tell me that at 26 years old, you didn't know that you could get, no, wait, I remember you specifically trapped him so that you can have an NBA baby, right?
Yeah.
So what are we really talking about?
Now, Jimmy Dean says, if she was advertising, why did she spend the entire podcast without looking at him? Come on, Jimmy Dean. You got to just listen to the verbiage, man. She was throwing out all the signals. She don't have to look at him. She's sitting right next to him. And if you paid attention to what Andrew Tate was doing on the couch, he actually put himself in the corner of the couch to get away from her. Go back and look at it. He kept on scooting away from her.
Let's see. All right, so we're at.
Look at how he's sitting. He's sitting in the cut of the couch. He literally turned himself into the couch.
And you can see. All right, let's take this off. You can. Oh, sorry. So you can see he's in the cut and he's slid over. So
yeah.
It would be more comfortable for him if he, based on where his spine is, if his legs were out this way.
Right.
Or for him to scoot over and extend his legs that way. But now he's got this type of thing. Let's see if we can get a frame. Look at can you guys all right. Let's look at the very beginning. Let's see where he is. If we can get a shot. 227. Come on.
While that's doing that, I'm gonna spend like another 9 more minutes with you, man. I'm gonna have some things I gotta take care of.
All right, well, I just fucked that up, but Trust us. He was, what was it, 227 I said?
Yeah.
Yeah, just let me know when you got a dip, and I'll give you the floor. And so let's just go back to where Brittany Renner wants advice. All right, Brittany Renner, get your advice. Let's grab a couple more comments here. Yeah, definitely a women of the future. They need to learn from this stuff. If you're not looking into the future, reevaluate your life and quickly adapt. Yes. Whop them. Any man that lay with her is a sad, sad man. But she's still gonna get it. You think she's gone? Oh, you think she's gone more than 1 week without sex?
No.
I don't know. I'm more with Darshan. I'm more with Darshan.
Yeah.
It is true. Like, her legs are crossed away.
Listen,
But
even Brittany Renner said that she was doing the most when she was talking him up. Oh, King, Tate, and all this type of stuff. It's just a telltale signs and verbiage. You know, what we don't understand is what happens behind the camera when it's not on YouTube. She probably seen a nice lifestyle. I'm pretty sure his watch is blinging in her face. He probably got on good smelling cologne. You know, he's flirting with somebody else, but she wants his attention. Like, it's a lot of telltale signs in there, man.
Facts. Darshan's got that eye. He got that eye.
To that, because all right, I love everything we're talking about. Okay, so to all the viewers out there, including myself, right? You live life. There's gray area. You live and you fucking learn, right? So where the fuck do we go from here? So do I play the shame game where everybody walks away a fucking loser? Because I can do that. I beat myself up my entire life for every decision I've ever made, right? It got me nowhere. So I value myself. I see the world differently through a series of events, right? So what the fuck comes next? Because that's where I'm confused, right? Because I'm not. It's like if you don't, if it's not like gifted to you, like even in your situation, like your dad provided you a life that like so many people would kill for. Like,
you mad, bro?
You know what I mean? So that's why it's like.
Actually, that's a good point, because you know, I don't feel like there's anything relevant about Pearl's upbringing and Pearl's experience and Pearl has anything to do with Brittany. So the fact that she has had certain benefits, privileges, whatever, like, honey, you got the ultimate pretty privilege there. Like, you could make it. You just decided to take it a different direction.
Right. I agree.
Now, Freedoms, I don't think that is legal or ethical, but I can't be mad at you for wanting it. Nothing more attractive than a woman. Nothing more attractive to a woman than a man with a woman. Social proof. Social proof. They want to see that you got it.
It sucks because the reason I hate these conversations is because it's never about like empathy. Do I understand the scales and how someone may view you for this, that, and the third? Okay.
Did you have empathy for PJ?
But moving forward, then what?
So, did you have empathy for any of the other players that you called dumb and that they should be taken advantage of? Oh, but now we want. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm just gonna, like I said, make it about myself. I'm 30, single, mom. My fucking checkered past is all over Instagram. You know what I mean? I have people like you. She's a hoe. She's literally known for this. Okay. So what would be your advice to people like me then?
But I don't believe in grey area. I believe black and white. So
okay, well that's unfortunate because there's gray.
Is it though? It's unfortunate. Is it though? It's unfortunate for Brittany.
Yeah.
But seems like Auntie's having a time of her life.
Yeah.
I just think there's consequences for your decisions, and I just think like my best advice would be to like lower your standards, like that, because I just think there's going to be consequences for putting promiscuous stuff on the internet.
I don't want to do
You
that.
probably look at the type of guy that you could have got at 22.
Do you know what, sister?
It wasn't meant to be then.
Do you know what I'll tell you? I would say
wasn't meant to
I'm
be.
30 and I'm single out of a situation that actually is not because I was a hoe and I was doing whatever. People can't call me that. I made the bad decision to be with somebody that hurt me a lot and I stayed for 5 years. I came out super late. And do you know what I realized? What I learned is that I know now that I have to be selective and I have to think. If me taking longer to get to that stage is what it takes, then that's what it takes. You accept your future, you accept everything with gratitude, because as long as you're breathing, that's the most important thing. At least you've got your child. I am not afraid because I know the quality of woman that I am. I know my value regardless of whether I'm 30, 40, 50. Yeah. Do you understand? So you don't be afraid by other people's time limits and limitations and all of these things, because it actually doesn't matter. And I'll tell you why.
No, but your value goes down as you get older.
That's according to you.
No, but I'm saying to men.
Yeah, right. According to men, not
Yeah.
according to Pearl, because as we've explained very clearly, Pearl, how while she's great at putting these panels together, all she has from the male experience is what she's been told,
Mm-hmm.
and she happens to be right in this case.
And you have to understand
I'll tell you
your
why.
buyer.
I'll tell you why. Because since Mr. Andrew Tate explained something about status, I understand very well what that actually means. And as a woman, the quality and the value that I hold for myself is actually the kind of value and quality that a man will appreciate the status it will bring to him, whether or not I'm a virgin. Because I want myself to be a woman of quality and substance. I respect myself and I handle myself as such. Okay? And that is the way that you're going to actually overcome all of these bad mistakes that you've made, because who you are right now actually will make a difference if you stick to it and if you mean it and if you've always been that way. There's always another story for everybody. It doesn't.
This is how women talk. This is how women talk. Well, if you just believe and if you work on yourself and you look inside, then one day you're going to be able to. No. You fucked up. You are damaged goods. So the notion that you deserve anything is gone. It's gone. It never really existed in the first place, but you know, that's what society was telling you guys. Got to make sure to read No Freedoms first before I pull it up. And so he says, knowing children will be ended and raised to fail. It makes me and others believe a lot of women and some idiot men should be infertile. I will vote for the person that makes a bill for that. I mean, fair enough. That's a fair enough position. I think you're going to have to be the one to put that legislation forward. I don't see a lot of other people putting their name on that, but kudos to you if that's your position. It's internally logical.
Doesn't matter. You'll be fine. Just got somebody that's more emotionally mature.
You know, I would have said to you.
What are you about to say, Andrew? Because you just started speaking.
I was going to say.
Andrew, she said.
Andrew, I want to hear. I really because you've been through a lot in your life. When she told me that you were going to be on and we were going to be on this panel together, I started watching a bunch of your videos, and it really was like there's so much that you have been through, which is why you have a well of wisdom, right? And the difference between me and you is that you're glorified for it, and I am burned at the stake for everything that I've been through. And it's so funny because people have always said that we were two sides of the same coin, as far as like, well, if Andrew Tate gets banned, Brittany Renner should get banned, because we are all about accountability and fucking truth, right?
Are you though?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've been through a lot. I've been through a lot. I'm seen as used goods. You're seen as a high value man.
Yeah.
So if you're me, then what? What's next?
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's interesting you make that.
So before he goes on, did you have anything to add to her? You know, just her basic question of what do I do now? And somehow it's other people's responsibility to answer this question for me.
Well, here's what I'm gonna say in closing. I'm gonna bounce after this.
All right.
So what the answer to her question is, unfortunately for her, she has to focus on her child. And if a man does come her way, which will be a person that's going to be probably below her standards, she's going to have to accept that and make that life work with that person, because she is damaged goods, unfortunately to her, because she has that checkered past that she put out there on the internet. And when we see stuff like that, we don't believe that that particular hoe is going to change into a housewife.
Facts. Yeah, and Jimmy Dean, exactly. Like, what do I do now? You have the kid. Raise the fucking kid.
Yeah.
That's it. Well, Darshan, I want to thank you so much for hanging out on this, and I really appreciate your perspective. You know, again, without having a wife or kids, then you know I can have my opinions on this stuff, but that's everybody's got one. So, you know, as somebody who not only has a family but has written books about this and is very successful in this area, I really appreciate it. So, with that, I will give you the floor. I know you know how to do it. The floor is yours.
Hey, thank everybody for tuning in. My name is Darshan McAway. Please go to darshanmcaway.com and check out all the business endeavors. I would love to hear from you guys. Always feel free to get in contact with me. If you want to join my show, just go to my about section, hit the email, and we can talk about some things. The Indian Jesus, thank you for your time, man. I really do appreciate it.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Thank you. And yeah, I really appreciate your perspective, as I said. And you are always welcome up here. You are always welcome. Everybody say a good salute to our boy D-Mac, and then we'll jump back into this video. Thank you so much, brother.
All right.
Have a good night. All right. So we got a little bit of this left, and let's fucking do it.
Observation, and you are correct. That's the difference between the masculine and the feminine. It's unfair, I guess. The world's not fair, but that's the difference between the masculine and the feminine. Men are respected for going through things and surviving, and women are the complete opposite. They're shamed for going through things and surviving. If you look at women, love scars on men for a reason. He's gone through something.
They're war wounds.
Yeah, men don't want a chick covered in scars. I'll say this right now, that a woman, the more trauma she goes through, the more masculine she naturally becomes. And if you were to give me my ideal woman, I would not want of wanting her to have a hard life and a bunch of trauma. I like the idea of her having a soft, feminine life and being a soft person, and I can take care of her and protect her.
And that goes against, again, this messaging that, similar to men, that women should be going out there and dealing with the world and getting tough and being strong and independent and da-da-da-da. Like, okay, you can do that. I absolutely 100% support that you should be allowed to do that. But it changes who you are. And when I'm looking for a wife, I'm not looking at you.
Whereas as a man, to be a good man, you need to have been through a bunch of trauma, because if you haven't been through trauma as a man, you're a weakling. You have to have been through a bunch of shit. So the masculine and the feminine is a very interesting point there. As for, I don't know your history, I don't know the past, but we can just talk in generalizations in regards
People
to
like me, I guess,
Okay,
under the same umbrella. It doesn't have to be personal.
I don't know any of it, but we'll give generalizations. One of the main reasons that men are scared of a female with history.
Guys, really quick. There's a couple of you I know haven't hit the like button. Just please, just tap it and we're done. Good. Thank you so much.
Is because it makes the man insecure. And scared dogs bite. So this is why men will snap or get angry quick, or they'll bring up your history. If you get an argument with him, he'll bring up your history, whatever. But a lot of it is insecurity, and it's not insecurity because the man is insecure. The female paradigm in society convinces men, any man who says anything, you're insecure. It's not insecure in that way. It's insecure in a very realistic, logical way. Like I was saying earlier, she's had a lot of life experience. Let's be honest. Am I the richest guy she's ever had? No. Am I the most famous guy she's ever had? No.
So Jimmy's asking about, his meek version housewife. I don't think that that's what he's looking for at this point. I think if and when he wants to settle down, that is what he wants. But he's also, remember on Piers Morgan, he was very ambiguous about whether he was even married or not. So he could, yes, definitely go check out all of Darshan's work. Thank you again for hanging out. DarshanMcAway.com. But yeah, I think that, he definitely can do that. It's just that in the same way that I'm at the stage where I'm not putting myself out there, he's at the stage where he's not looking to settle down. He's fucking rich. He's at the top of his popularity. He's the most Googled man in the world. Like, clean up. He's got to be like barely 40. So what's the rush? Darshan was talking about slow rolling it, especially if you're this guy. Darshan says, respect to the chat, respect right back at you. Thank you, brother. Again, I really appreciate you coming through, and I hope everybody else enjoyed that as well. Freedom says, I don't know about that one. Women who don't have a hard past are the ones that will find one during your relationship if you're not leading them. Yes, if you're not leading them, they will find themselves in trouble. The ones who don't have a hard past, it's because usually, not always, but usually, because there was a man, her father, her uncle, her older brother, who sheltered her from that. And now that she doesn't have that, she's with you, if you're just some weak-ass little shit like I am right now, then yeah, maybe she's going to get into trouble. But if you can provide resources, if you can protect her physically, if you can pipe her down, all of these things, then that's where she gets that from. Well, I don't listen to God either, because God's not real.
Am I the best looking guy she's ever had? No. Like, what's keeping her here? And then part of it comes down to, well, am I second place? If she could do better, would she do better? Like, there's a whole bunch of insecurity involved. And that's where tiny things, like I know it sounds like dumb shit, tiny things about the favorite car brand become more important than ever, right? It's your job as a woman, regardless of how much sexual history you've had or what guy you're with, etc. It's your job as a woman to make your man feel secure in the fact and make him feel like a man, like Auntie was saying, make him feel like the man, no matter what he does. So that he feels like you really truly believe he's the best choice for you on the planet. That's your job to do. Now, if you've had a checkered past, that's perhaps more difficult. You need to be more tactful with it, more tactical about it. But you have to achieve the same result. You have to do the exact same thing, right? So, yeah, it's easy for me if I get a 21-year-old virgin from some village in Slovakia and I'm multi-millionaire. Of course, it's a very easy. She's never had better. She'll never get better. She's never been anywhere. Boom, boom, easy one, right? But like you said, the world's not so idealistic. The reality is that people have had relationships, etc., etc. But a man is happiest in the relationship when he feels like man in the house and when he truly feels like you believe he's the best man that you could possibly ever get and have ever gotten.
What he's not saying, and maybe he doesn't need to maybe this isn't part of his life as, you know, top G, fucking blah, blah, blah. But sometimes there's ways where you as a woman who's with a man who is not a 1%, it's just an average dude, but he's a real man. There's times when because you are a capable human being, you just live as a capable human being. But there are times when you can use the fact that men want to feel respected and feel like a man and feel like we're accomplishing things, feel like we're providing. Maybe just ask him to help you with some shit you already know how to do. Would that kill you? Now, if you're asking every other thing, can you do this? Can you do that? After you're done with that, can you do balance? But if you never let him feel like the man in the relationship, why would he stay? Now, if he can't be the man, why would you stay? But if he can, and you're making that more difficult, then you're the fucking problem.
Because a man is jealous. I'll tell you something. I used to say this to girls as like a joke. And I used to say, but I said it's a joke. So you cheated on me before I met you. And she'd be like, what do you mean? I didn't even know you. It's like, yeah, you fucked that guy before I knew you. You cheated on me. And they used to laugh, whatever. But that's how men think. That's the male mind. Like, I love you. And you've been fucked by who? But I didn't know you. I don't care if you knew me. You should have waited. What do you mean? But that's the male mind.
Again, I was talking for weeks. For weeks. I was like, dude, you know, I was talking to this girl. I found out she had a checkered past, as Brittany puts it. It's like I just it's fucking with my head. I saw her in this light. I put her on this pedestal, and now I know this. And it's like, is that wrong? I'm terrible. I'm so misogynistic. No. That's the gynocentric brainwashing. Women should be able to do whatever they want. Accountability? What's that?
So he is in competition with all of your exes and all of your lifestyle and all the things you've done permanently. And it's down to you as a woman to sit there and go, how do I make him secure in himself and secure in his masculinity and make him believe that investing in me is still worthwhile because I still truly value him, despite the fact that I could do X, Y, Z. I hope that gives some clarity, but that's the answer.
So do you know what I would have said? I would have said, well, for anybody in that situation, come off social media and just raise your child. So the person who meets you.
Oh, who called it? Wait. Let's go back. Who called it? Who was it? I think it was Jared. I can't find it. But whoever said, she got to go. What now? It was either Jared or Jimmy, I think. But go raise your child. Yeah, there we go. That's what you do. What do you mean? What do I do? You have a whole ass human being to worry about. Freedoms says women, according to No Freedoms, will never change. You can't control adult, entitled idiot children. Pandora's box has been opened and you can't close it. Not with that attitude. I don't want damaged goods that have been used by everyone, including my dad and brothers. I mean, me neither. But like, you realize that when you say things like this, it makes it very clear that you don't actually talk to women ever. Because there's a lot of these modern women, hot girl summer city. There's so many of them. but it's not even close to all of them. Even if it's most of them, there's still a lot of women out there that are not like this. It's just the fact that most of them are. So when you say things like this, it tells me that you sat back and watched, what is that fucking waffle dude, the black pill dude? You watch Fresh and Fit, and you've never talked to a woman in your life, or at least not in the last 10 years. It's not as black and white as it seems with this stuff. Like, yes, we're pointing out the issues, but that's because we're pointing out the issues. There's other conversation that exists. So I mean, you know, you're free to have your opinion, but that's what it says to me. It says to me, maybe you need to, you know, go to a bar, hang out, fucking hey, we got Chester in the building. What is good? Welcome, buddy, welcome. I'm not gonna call anybody an incel. I'm just saying that you know, when No Freedoms is talking like this and saying women will never, as he says, change, adult entitled idiot children. Like, yes, we're talking about the fact that there's a problem, that there's too many women that are like this. But you seem to think women are incapable of not being like this. And if that's your position, if that's your opinion, you're free to have it. But I don't agree with that. And I just think that there's more nuance. And we're talking about the problems because we're talking about the problems. You ever just hung out with a girl and just talked about something stupid? Or talked about nothing and just like made faces at each other, or like actually done some cute shit? Doesn't sound like it. Because you could be the fucking brolic ass toughest dude in the world. That motherfucker wants a cuddle. And if you say no, then you don't know men or women. Yeah. I mean, I do not think. I am not saying no freedom is an insult. I do not believe that. I don't know one way or the other. I'm saying when you say these sweeping things, that's the impression that I get. I don't know anything about No Freedoms except for the fact that his name is No Freedoms, and there's a certain thing that he wants to do to 80% of the human population that I don't agree with. Other than that, I don't know him. So I'm not calling him anything. I'm just saying the interpretation I get. He says, at the end of the day, I'm happy snuggling with a bun. That's all a sausage needs. That's all sausage needs. Come on, mother.
I never knew you. I never knew who you were because I've never heard of you before. So when I spoke to you, by the way you're saying like what's on,
come on.
Also on the internet. Let me say, you're a nicer person than what you sound like what you perceive to be. Mm-hmm. Like you were saying, there she's a whore, and I've heard the name, but I don't know anything about you.
I agree,
and
Chester.
I was saying that if you didn't have nothing on social media,
but yeah, I agree. And nobody's calling. Jimmy Dean was joking. He's the resident troll. He was just, you know, we're all friends here. We all take shots at each other. Nobody here's an insult. He was joking. Everybody's cool. We're all cool. Don't worry.
Yeah, about your checkered past, and you met somebody the same way how I met you and I conversed and I got to know you is the same way that they would.
Yeah, and it is interesting, and it's also back to the masculine and feminine, right? Because I'm all over the internet, and supposedly I'm misogynist, I'm evil, and all this crap, right? But if I meet a girl, even if she disagrees with me, in fact, I'll say this: I've never ever met a single female who's ever come up to me and disagreed with me. Every woman comes up to me and loves what I said. But let's imagine I met this imaginary girl; she was sitting, and if I were to have a 10-minute conversation with her, by the time I explained the level to which they tried to destroy me, how they tried to freeze all my bank accounts, raise illegal charges against me, put me in jail for things I didn't do, put a travel ban, take my passport, all this garbage. By the time I explain how hard they tried to hurt me and failed, she'll love me. Because she'll be like, you can't kill this guy. And that's gonna be it. Like, you say a bunch of shit I don't like, but you know what? You're the man. So it is about experience, and it is different. And that's a really good point about social media. Social media amplifies all of this shit. It amplifies all these problems. Everything we're discussing, everything we've discussed back to the beginning, from status to promiscuity to your past, it's all social media.
All social media. So when we're talking about people who haven't seen the real world, do you think my opinions reflect the real world better? Or do we think No Freedoms is talking about what he's talking about is more in line with the real world. Oh, come on. You gotta go against us. We're all, I'm trying to be on your side, bro. What do you say? I'm talking to useless men that only think with their balls. No wonder why the world is getting worse. Yeah, it's people like us. Just know 1 million kids go missing each year in American. I think you mean in America. More than 8 worldwide. That's called cope. We weren't talking about that, bro. We're talking about your interactions with women and what I interpreted, my pure conjecture based on what you said. I'm guessing on your lived world, your lived experience. You could tell me I'm wrong. You have not said that I am wrong at any point. You somehow turned to trafficking. I don't know how that's relevant. But, I mean, you're not making yourself look good.
On social media, a lot of it goes away.
Yeah. And I think that's what I mean by man love so long is that he doesn't do social media and there's nothing on there about me.
I feel like to answer your question too, because I have had people say that as a solution, and it's like you can run, but you cannot hide from the truth. And I have shared why my voice has been so impactful and will continue to be impactful is because I have put myself out there and I have been punished for being honest. So it's like I have been given a platform and a voice for a reason.
You see simps because there's this word, there's this concept in psychology, and it's really complicated, but basically it's called projection. And when you have issues, you say, hey, you guys have that thing. This is projection, motherfucker. This is projection. The point is, you don't talk to women, you have opinions about women, and you're calling us simps. Like, bro, take the L. I'm not here to hurt your feelings. I'm here to be your bro. I'm here to say, hey, this shit doesn't sound right. You need to fucking fix this. Yeah, I mean, hey, I match energy. You want to say I don't have any fucking balls? You want to say I'm a useless man? Bring it, bro. That's cute. That's adorable that you think that. But you don't even have the fucking balls to stand behind the words that you say. Well, I'm out here on the fucking internet saying shit that people don't love. So
even sitting down in this conversation thinking there's not one person I'm probably going to agree with and probably going to want to leave.
I don't need luck, baby. I'm skilled, but thank you.
I've been called here for a reason. So it's like I can't go against what is in my heart and what I am coded to be. And that's why I feel like it's important for me to sit here and represent people who feel like me, because it's like I don't want to say I don't even want to say that. I just feel like I don't see a lot of women under my umbrella who feel the way that I feel. I don't see
Thank God.
opinion shared that would be worded the way that I feel. Nothing. I feel like a lot of my thoughts are very unique, and it's kind of scary because I have been through different things. I see the world in a
for attention, Chester. For attention.
different place. And when I even speak online, people think I'm fucking speaking Swahili.
Yeah.
So it's like
and I know exactly.
You too, brother. I know you're hurting, and it's okay. It's okay. I've been there. I've been hurting as well. I'm telling you. I want to be your friend, and I want to help you. All of us here do. Nobody wants anything bad for you. We can see through your character, and I enjoy it, and I appreciate that you spice up the chat. But I see through it. I'm not dumb, and I'm offering to be your friend.
What you're saying, and you're making good points, and it's just, I think that regardless of whether, like, we're talking about different positions. I compare everything to chess. I know it's annoying. We're looking at different positions on the chessboard, but the rules are still the same.
Oh, we getting into some chess tonight. We only got 2 days left on the $100 contest, so we playing.
Same, right? Okay. No matter how bad your position is or how good your position is, you're still trying to achieve the same objectives. And you want the man to get high status, and you want the man to feel secure in himself. And I think it's very difficult. I can only talk from the male perspective because I am a man. It is very difficult. If I were to meet a woman who I liked very much, but she had X whatever, past whatever. My concerns would be, how do I know that I'm still the number one? How do I know I'm most important in her life, especially if I don't measure up in certain key metrics?
No, it's not too long to explain. It doesn't exist.
And two, the second thing that's most scary for men is we understand that men are constantly after what we have. Like, your inboxes are all full. Like they may not be with guys you want to reply to, but guys are still trying to get it. That's the male life. The male life is people are trying to take everything from me. And that's very scary. And you have to make your man really believe like that's impossible. If a man truly believes that nobody can take you from him, he's going to love you in a different way. You can give me 2 carbon copies of the same chick, but one I think might cheat in the right circumstances, and one I know no matter.
Chester, then you gotta start a good conversation. Keep the conversation going. Once it dies down, then we go to play games. But if the conversation's dead, we're not just gonna sit there and stare at each other, you know?
Or what would never leave me. The love I'll feel for this one is a different planet to the love I feel for this one, even though they're the same person, right? Because that's every man's biggest fear is a woman cheating or leaving, because there's something visceral and something different about it. I know I talk things and I say men can do things and women can't and all this stuff, but like if a woman cheats on a man, that hurts the man at a level that it doesn't hurt the woman if the man cheats on her. It's different.
Facts. Men are the true romantics. And there is nothing. I mean, obviously, there are women who are in love with men and they get cheated on, and it's horrible. And I'm not saying they don't hurt. But on a balance of probabilities, you take an average woman who's been cheated on and an average man who's been cheated on, and we'll count 2 things. When is the next time that they have sex? When is the next time they go out on a legit date? I guarantee you that at least one of them will be significantly longer for the man, unless he is that top dude, and which, you know, exceptions to every rule.
It's different biologically. It's different evolutionarily. Like that's what men used to fight and die over. You talk to my
I think the dude who said he didn't believe Auntie was wrong. Who said they yeah, I don't remember that. Everybody's been like, "Yo, Auntie's going off! Let's go, Auntie!"
You look at my chick. Yeah, it's like you demasculinize him on every level. Like, and this is why you see these TikToks, right? You see these TikToks. Me and my man went on a break, got back together. He fucked 20 girls, and now he's crying because I went on a date. Yes, completely yes. Because the damage level is different. It's just a different thing. So you have to understand the paradigms. You have to understand to play the game, and that's how you make men happy. And I know very well how. I like to believe. I would know very well how to make a woman happy, and I know, and whether I do that or not is a conscious decision. And that's where you get to a certain level of grandmastery, where if I get a woman, I will literally decide out of 10 how happy do I want her. Does she deserve to be happy 10? Or should I keep her like crying half the time? It's very conscious, and women don't think that way. But I'm saying if you're a cunning woman, you could be like that. You could be a bit more like, you know what? I want him infatuated with me. This guy ain't worth the time. That guy I want. And then when you're gonna do that, just like the game of chess, if you play chess. It's not big moves that make you lose. It's small positional plays. It's that time you argued about your favorite car. It's the time you disagreed with him about the favorite band. It's the dumb shit that adds up. Whereas really, truthfully, if you're truly smart about the game, you can get him to a point after a few months where he's like, she's my soulmate. She loves everything I love. We think the same. Our hearts are connected. Boom. And that.
So before we go on, what were you saying? So just I mistyped that. I meant the dude who said Auntie was wrong about her not being submissive to her husband. He said he was lying, but I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm gonna based on what you're saying, I'm just gonna. I don't remember this specifically, so I'm just gonna assume that dude was wrong because Auntie's on point. Auntie is on point. She's old school and she understands. Not only is she older, not only does she have life experience, but she lived in a world where dating wasn't like what it is today, and it was better for women. Men as well, but it was better for women. Even though women have so many more options now, it was better for women before. I said before.
And you're
God
safe.
damn it.
Just don't fuck it up from there.
But I just feel like it's so contradicting to feel like what your overall message is, which is about truth. So it's like if my truth, like if it can be destroyed by the truth, it should be destroyed by the truth. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like why it's really mind-boggling to me because I feel like how could you even be mentally, emotionally, sexually stimulated by a woman who is just agreeable and it just doesn't have her own mind. I just don't see that.
That is exactly.
So just saying, he said he didn't believe that she was submissive because she's so fiery in a debate, and those are 2 completely different things. Completely agree. Like, I mean, I'm 33, so I'm not trying to hit it with Auntie, but mentality wise, I want 25-year-old, 26, maybe 24, 5'3" or under. I mean, we got some fun.
Hey,
That is exactly what every man wants. We don't want you to be complete robots. We're not saying we can't have a joke with you. We can't say we can't have a laugh with you. We're not saying you can't have a personality. But when it comes to things like agreement, there is not a single man in the world who's going to say she's too agreeable. She just agrees with me on it. She agrees with me on all the important things in my life. She's too agreeable. I want someone else. Fuck no. You're completely and utterly wrong on that point.
And there's women who think that that's the case. There's women who will, well, don't you? There's an episode of my favorite sitcom, How I Met Your Mother, where if you're not familiar, it's basically just a sitcom, and it's a long story of a guy telling how he met the kid's mother. But they go back, and there's a part all through the series. There's a couple that's together, and they're like, you know, high school or college sweethearts, and they're together for so long. And then there's the main character who's like going through on all these dates and whatever. And it's just like you. I don't understand how women don't see the value of finding the right man. They want it, but they don't know how to do it, and they don't want to figure out how. They just want it to happen. Just so we've all had grandparents who operate with that level of trust. The young girls couldn't believe a relationship would work like that. Yeah. But it also comes with a certain level of sacrifice that these women probably had, where their men probably weren't perfect, but they didn't just fucking leave. And that's not to excuse the men. It's just to say there was more heart, there was more loyalty, there was more, there was just more. Now there's nothing. The substance. Just exactly the same with men. If she tells you to buy something or do something, do it. You just do what she says and get it done. There's no need for questions. Whoa. What are we? Whoa. I don't know what we're talking about there. It's exactly the same. If she tells you to buy something or do something, you do it. No, it ain't working like that. No, that's this is the entire point, is that there needs to be a leader. There needs to be a leader. You know, you missed earlier. They were talking about what if Andrew Tate specifically was saying, okay, I'm with a girl, and she's got tickets to this concert, and I decide I don't want her to go. And so all the other girls are like, well, why don't you want her to go? Doesn't matter. I have a bad feeling about it. I don't want you to go. What do you do then? And the correct answer, if you're with somebody like Andrew Tate, is to not go and to not ask questions. However, the other way around is not the same thing, in the same way that you wouldn't expect her to fight an intruder. So if your wife tells you to go to the grocery store to buy 6 apples and a loaf of bread, you would ask questions? No, I would say, first of all, like says, my love language is my wife to be agreeable. I'm not going to be in a relationship where I'm told to do grocery shopping. That is not one of the things that I worry about. If you want shit in that, I'm pretty simple. If you're not going to fucking keep dinner on the table, that's fine. But you're not going to tag along on this fucking ride. And that's why, and that's precisely why I'm not in the dating market right now. I'm not that guy right now. I don't have that clout. I don't have that pull. But if we're going to bring it to a more realistic situation, and let's say, you know, we're in a relationship. I have a wife. She sees me as the leader. All that stuff is in place. She would ask me to go to the grocery store, and I would love to go to the grocery store to help you out. No, I wouldn't ask questions if you asked me. Now, if I tell you to do something, and it completely doesn't make sense, and you want some type of explanations to my thinking, sure. But there are certain things, like you going to the Bahamas with 6 of your single girls. That's not happening. Maybe I missed the point, but so let's see. So well, my point is that each person, male or female, trust each other enough that if one asks another a question, it just gets done. So I think, I maybe I misread that, and not talking about being told. So yeah, I mean that's so yeah, that this kind of thing then is not what we're talking about. We're talking about things that are not in the normal realm of this is what people do. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, I don't know if I don't know if I explained my end properly either. So if that makes sense, let me know. Or if that doesn't let me make sense, let me know. I'll revisit that.
It's a huge point.
But in general, I do agree with you that there is value in having a relationship where it just moves, and it's just like, yo, grab me that thing, and whether you're male or female, it's not about like, well, why don't you grab it yourself? Like, just whatever. All right, word. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Let's get back to the video.
This idea that I understand if you're a complete doormat and you set no standards, men might walk all over you. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about agreeability and agreeableness as a whole. Men love the idea of an agreeable woman because it gives status and it makes the man feel like he's a teacher and makes the man feel in charge and it satisfies his ego. And to you, they may be small, little, tiny points, but to him, they're a big deal. If I were to sit, I'm telling you right now, if I were to sit with one of my chicks or whatever, my chick, and I would sit in the Lambo and say,
my
bad,
was
the best car of all of them, my preferred Lambo. She goes, I don't like that one. I'm like, listen, I bought them all and I fucking said this is the best one. Shut up. It would annoy me because that's my reality. I want her to become part of my reality. It's the thing. And you talk about truth. It's interesting because.
And so in that situation, again, I'm not the guy who can say, you need to like this car. I'm not that guy. I don't have a desire to be that guy. But there's other things in my life, just like there's things in your life, where it's like, hey, this is actually probably not important in the grand scheme of the universe, but it's important to me. And I don't know if you can understand why. I'm just asking you to respect that it is important to me. That's it.
The truth of your heart, the truth of your soul is to be happy. That's truth. Truth is for you to end up happy. Now, if you just sit there and agree on a, especially on a subject you don't give a fuck about, right? If it's something you care about and you are very knowledgeable about, if it's ancient Roman history and you have a degree in ancient Rome, then fine, argue the point. But if it's cars or something you don't even give a shit about,
Make it easy.
You're missing the chance to get points on the scoreboard, easy free throw, and you're just fucking it up, going, no. Why? The truth is just play the game and win.
Andrew could be the best female dating.
Or just learn a couple of words like how many talks, horsepower.
Yeah,
just throw some words in. Like, how much horsepower
With
is it?
all due respect, not all men are like that. Some men.
This is why I have to keep saying, not all men, not all women, not all women. Because this is the retort to any point that is made. He just said a lot of things. And even though me and Chester were kind of not on the same page for a minute, we're both like, oh, okay, well, we agree with Tate. Well, not all men. Sometimes this exception happens. This is possible. Okay, great. Does that change what we're talking about? No.
Respect a woman that has her own mind. I know you and the type of men that you're speaking on behalf
Let
of.
me tell you something.
Like a woman
I understand.
will just be so agreeable to everything you say. Like I've dated men that just respect that I can make decisions. I will actually.
Submissive women have their own mind.
Yeah, completely. That's
There's sometimes that he might be discussing stuff that he might want to be discussed, and there's sometimes we're like, shut the fuck up and let me say what I've got to say.
Yes,
and maybe I don't even believe in star signs, but my man's Sagittarius, so all this illogical stuff and feelings and emotions, and no, you're not crying about shit. Shut up, get on with it. Yeah, it's big girl.
That's all right. We both had a little misunderstanding. We're on the same page. You're right.
Completely. And submissive women have their own mind, but this is something else you have to take into consideration, and this is super important and super true. The reason a lot of women don't truly understand a lot of things about relationships and how it works with men, etc., is because men will lie to you. Men lie for the same reason you wear makeup, because men fall in love with what they see, men fall in love with what they see, and women fall in love with what they hear. So we will lie to you.
Men fall in love with what they see, and women fall in love with what they hear. That is why men lie and women wear makeup. I'm just repeating what he said in case you didn't hear it, because that is on point. Chester's trying to bolster Auntie's argument about being submissive and how it's not sexist. Auntie does mention that she tells her husband stuff and he listens to her. Yeah. I mean, I think the misunderstanding that I had was that because Auntie is in a good relationship, that she could then embody the feminist ideal of being the strong, independent one. And obviously that's you know, not the case, but misunderstandings. No, not because he's submissive, her auntie's husband, not because he's submissive in that moment, but because he trusts her to make that particular decision. Gotcha. Yeah. I completely agree. Completely.
So you'll go on a date with a guy and you'll sit there and say, I don't listen to no, I'm independent, da da da. And what's that man gonna say?
Oh, I love that.
That's exactly the kind of woman I want. Come suck this. It's a fucking lie. That is not what he wants. It's not what he wants. I'm telling you the
He
truth
wants
of
it
what he
now.
wants. Yeah, he can't be bothered to argue with you at dinner because he doesn't. And you know what? Most men aren't smooth enough to do it. I can sit with a chick and disagree with her and be funny enough and smart enough and charismatic enough. And
I said shit. Me too. When I was talking about that first date, yo, that was one of the best dates I ever been on. It happened that she couldn't like get out of that mode, which I mean, I definitely understand, but like, I'm not trying to deal with it. Like, if you're one of my boys and you're always in that mindset where you want to argue about something, that's one thing. Because I can just be like, yo, motherfucker, I'm done with this shit. You're like, all right. It was just like me and Chester just did. Me and Chester were like, I don't know. And both of us were just like, whatever. Women don't operate like that. And so when it came down to the second date, and we were like, okay, we you know, we've explored some of these things, and now I just want to have, you know, just a goofy, not necessarily goofy, but a low stakes, lighthearted conversation. You don't know how to do that. You are great at being combative, but I need you to be able to holster that. I need you to be able to make that fun when I want to engage in a discussion, and when I want to argue a topic. I don't want that to be your default. And so maybe that's exactly why Darshan was saying that that's not necessarily a good way to go, because exactly of what happened is that women are not necessarily bad at being combative, and but they're bad at being feminine. I think I get it. I think I get it.
Enough, and she respects me.
Definitely
enough to
get
listen.
the point. Yes,
but
sir.
If I'm just some normal dude and I start arguing with a chick, she's gonna bounce on the dinner and say "fuck you."
Yeah.
See ya. So most dudes' dating strategy, most dudes' mating strategy is just pure agreement. Yeah. Anything to get the puss because they're fucking dorks. That's fine. That's the truth, right? A real G will sit there and say, "What do you mean? I don't want to hear this shit." I'm telling you.
Yeah, Chester, this is exactly what Darshan was saying earlier, is that being you know, we're talking about the words submission and respect and everything, and he was saying that you know, well, we're both saying that the word submission, it works for the shock value of gaining of bringing men in to watch your content about this stuff. But when you're trying to express to a woman that you want her to be submissive to you, that's not the word to use. Trusting. Communication. That's what Darshan was saying earlier, is that what we mean as men when we say that we want submission, it's not slavery. It's smooth communication. So that even when I do tell you something, or I do say something, and you don't agree with it, or you don't understand why, that you can you ask, and we have that line of communication that works well. Trust is very different to weakness. In fact, it's a form of strength to trust someone like that. And people mix these words up. Those and many others. 100% agree, Chester. 100%. Mike says, my wife and I discuss issues, but ultimately the choice is going to be mine. She knows she can have her opinion, but she knows at the end of the day, I'm going to make the final decision. And I don't, as I think Chester was saying, the point I misunderstood is that this is not sexist. This is just natural. That's it. She said, yeah, it's a word that that's 99% baggage. The left can always change words, and it ruins them in order to cancel people. Semantic obfuscation. Y'all know it well. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then Chester's laid it out. But semantic obfuscation will be the downfall of our civilization.
The baseline of how men truly function. If I'm expected to fight and die to protect you, because that's what is expected of me by society and of you. You may think you don't expect that of me, but if we're walking down through London in the middle of the night and two guys come up with machetes, you're going to hide behind me, knowing I'm going to die because I can't win this fight. I'm expected to die to protect you. Well, then I expect you to agree with me. I'm not here to fucking die for somebody who disagrees with me.
How dare you?
That's not what I'm here to fucking. If I have that obligation to die on the spot for you, you have the obligation to pretend you like BMWs. So do your fucking part and shut up.
And you know,
How dare you?
and you know the difference is the only difference. Like he's
I'm very interested to hear what this one over here and then the one in the middle has to say about that. Because we know Auntie's legit. We know Brittany's hit the wall, so she's gonna go along to get along. But these other two who are still young and in their city girl summer stage. I don't know. Just exactly. The man trusts the wife to make the birthday cake. That's a good example. The man trusts the wife to make the birthday cake. He doesn't want to get near it. Just like the wife doesn't want to repaint the roof. It's just different roles based on interest and talent. Again, 100% agreed. On point, brother. On point.
top G. And I was like, the only difference between him and my man and the level of respect is money. That's the only difference. And this is the same way he talks, the same way he is. But people will say like, oh, my man only earns 40,000, so he can't talk to the way Andrew Tate talks to his. Why not?
Completely.
No, I think money is a big factor though. Because,
It's not.
In a beautiful
because you
relationship.
can't have a woman
It's
that's
not.
paying her own bills. She's doing everything for herself.
The fact that you have, like, you're just a regular ass person. The fact that you have Andrew Tate in the room, literally trying to get a sentence out, and you feel entitled to talk over him. Like, I don't think he's some god or some, like, he's just a man. He's high quality man. He's a rich man. He's a dangerous man. But he's just a man. But he's got a lot of good ideas, and he articulates them very, 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 very well. And these messages that he articulates very well are going to help not only you, but your friends and your whoever. And you want to talk over him.
I mean, she's a man.
And then you're gonna tell her,
Of course, but I'm
oh,
saying,
do this. But you're different.
Do you
like
not
that.
work, Auntie
She
Jenny?
doesn't need to work. You take all that stress away from her.
I don't work.
Then she'll be a lot more
That's
free.
Why does
I don't
money?
want-
Wait, why does money have to matter for submission?
That's what I mean. I don't
Because
work.
if you have enough money to make sure that she doesn't need to work, go and deal with her boss every day,
I don't
with all
work.
this stress, all these bills, then of
There you go. It's all about the money. It's all about the lifestyle. That's all. That's all. And when we talk about these women, it's the fact that we are saying that not all women are like this. It's these women. If all women were like this, then this wouldn't be anything to talk about. I get it. It's not all women. And obviously there's exceptions. Maybe only 80% of the people are like that, but we're all like it to some extent. And exceptions don't. There's that's the rule. I mean, you're just right about this. You're just right. There's exceptions here and there. Every relationship is a little bit different, but it's balance, 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 and complementary skills, complementary personality traits, things like that. All these dudes just arguing about the exceptions. That's what they do. Shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right. Sign language. And they can only do that because they're rich. Search the power of and fire all the police and see what happens with all these exceptions. They brought that up earlier in the if you check Monday's stream, they brought that up earlier. It's like if everything goes down, this one over here, I say I don't need a man. I just need him for reproduction. Like, okay, what happens if your car goes down? I'll call a mechanic. Okay, what happens if somebody breaks in your house? I'll call the police. Like, number one, that mechanic is going to make bank off of you. And second of all, those police are going to take a good, sweet time. So hopefully you don't get paid in the 12 minutes on average it takes for the police to reach your home once you call.
Of course, she's going to look up to you and be like, oh, okay, he pays my bills. You know,
My man must own about 40,000.
Like,
I don't work.
I'm like, I grew up in a 1% family. I never expected a dude to pay for everything. I don't know.
I don't.
But I still think, like, and I just like
expect
my
him to pay
both
for
of my
my life.
parents worked, but my mom still submitted to my dad. Like, it wasn't.
The point is this: in every relationship that's beautiful, every relationship that's happy, regardless of the socioeconomic scale, regardless of how rich or poor they are, regardless of how famous they are, regardless of how whatever, in every relationship where people are truly happy, pay attention. The man is in charge. He's the top G of that house. His woman makes him feel that way. She respects him for what he does, and they are happy. We're talking about me out here in the world, social media, whatever. It doesn't matter. Every man wants to be the man of his household, the king of his castle. Every single happy relationship is the same. I genuinely implore you to name a happy relationship where the woman's in charge. Name one. You can't. They end up broken up. Fucking she leaves him. Whatever. Name a happy relationship where the woman doesn't blindly say, "Okay, I won't go to that concert." Name.
I'm only not reading these because I don't have anything to add, Chester. I completely agree. Completely agree.
One. There's only one framework in which people are happy, with the man in charge, the woman trusts and respects him enough to let him be in charge, and they're a happy couple in relationship. Any other type of relationship is a time bomb to the end. So if you want a happy relationship, that's what you should be aiming for. You need to be perspicacious enough and think about these things. And
Whoa. Oh, come on. It was right there. I gotta get that word one more time.
Happy relationship, that's what you should be aiming for. You need to be perspicacious enough.
Perspicacious. It means
Perspicacious.
having a ready insight into and understanding of things. Interesting. So you got to have that. Let's get that in context. Again, guys, don't feel weak when you are presented with something that you don't know. I never fucking heard that word in my life. I could have just let it go, and you guys never would have known that I didn't know what that word was. And I definitely could have used context clues to figure out what that was. But I didn't. I don't feel like you guys are judging me for not knowing that, right? I think, as we were talking about earlier, that it takes a strength to say, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Let's look that up. Just a little thing. So let's see exactly, again, one more time. What is he saying? You need a good understanding.
That's to the end. So if you want a happy relationship, that's what you should be aiming for. You need to be perspicacious enough and think about these things and sit and go, well, that.
See, he said it right in the next breath. But now we're all smarter because we took 2 seconds to look it up.
That's the only way relationships work. So I need to build it that way.
I think
instead of coming along and believing you're going to reinvent the wheel.
Okay,
So
so
Tate,
I
do you
want to,
not think
guys,
that could be a partnership?
I want to hit one more topic because we're running out of time. So I want to actually get.
Yeah, I was just about to say, make sure if you want to continue this conversation, we've got about less than 20 minutes of the video left. I can't believe I was going to try to run through this whole thing on Monday, but we absolutely will be discussing what is going on before we go into any games and all of that stuff. The point of the panel is to have the discussion. The games only come out when we're done, and we just want to hang out and have fun. So definitely make sure you join the Discord. The link is in the description. It is absolutely free. It's free to join. It's free, all of that stuff. But there is a point at which, once we reach a certain number that I already have in my head, that I'm not telling you motherfuckers, once we hit that number, I'm cutting it off. It is no longer going to be free. Everybody who is in there is going to be grandfathered in. You're free for life. But everybody else is going to have to pay, and they're going to want them. So join that now. Mike says, these women want the benefits of being single and also the benefits of being in a relationship. Yep. So we say you can have your cake and eat it too. I don't know what that means. The word. Yeah. It's one of those words that you learn and then accidentally end up using too much. Well, at least you're perspicacious about it.
Give the ladies a chance to say, what do you guys disagree with from the red pill and men-centric content?
Can I go first?
No.
I'm submissive though.
No, Brittany can go first.
I'm not really familiar with all of the topics. I'm assuming like the stuff that you guys talk about.
Yeah.
It's everything that you did is bad. That's the red pill.
Consider the red pill. It's not even like about like disagreeing. I think I can respect someone's point of view and understand where that truth exists for a lot of people, and I just feel like, okay, cool. Like I don't know. I don't really disagree. It's just a perspective on life. I'm not here to be like, you're wrong for thinking like that. You're wrong for categorizing, using this scale, using that. Like it's a perspective. It's valid, and I just like feel like I'm living my truth, and whatever your truth is, that means like it's your truth. So like I have no right to say that your truth isn't your truth because it's your truth.
Oh, what? Nelson. Who's Nelson? What? I don't know what I don't know what you're talking about.
really see certain angles. Like there's a lot of stuff that was
No.
said that, I mean, there's
Oh,
certain
that,
things on this
yeah.
channel, it's hard to talk, but it's like there's a lot of things I said, okay, maybe I don't agree with, just because, again, my walk of life and what I've seen and how I feel and how I choose to be empathetic towards people, regardless of whatever they've been through. But I don't really.
So it's more for you. It's the lack of empathy sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let Esther go.
You're punishing me, yeah. No worries, we'll talk.
See,
Welcome to the stage, Esther. Tell me in 2022 that does not sound like a stripper name.
what I don't really agree with is the insult culture of men feeling like they're entitled to a woman.
I said shit. Me too.
A lot of men
Yep.
don't look good. They don't got money. They don't do anything for themselves, and they expect women to want to have sex with them, women to want to be with them. Why should she want to be
Okay,
with
but let
you?
She shouldn't. She shouldn't. She should not want to be with those men. But you're not looking at any other men, honey. You think that's all men because that's all you look at. What's the shortest dude you've dated? What's the brokest dude you've dated? I'm not saying you have to. I'm just asking. Before you fucking act like you know about men, fucking learn about it. Just said I feel sorry for Brittany. She's too privileged to understand anything. She needs to go back to school or something. I mean, I don't think school is gonna help anything. That's where all of this perceived power comes from. Well, I'm a PhD. Or KS had the soundbite. I'm a PhD. I don't need a cookbook. But I don't know. I feel like this chick is really the one that's lost. Brittany Renner seems to be at that crossroads where there's a whole section. What do I do now? What do I do? What do I do now? Realizing that the life that she's been living is not going to sustain her. Is it years too late? Absolutely. But I do think she's starting to understand things. Almost at every point she raised. Yeah, I mean, are you talking about this one or because Brittany Renner is the one on the corner of the other couch in the blue? Because this one is all over the place. But Brittany Renner's not talking about being, hot girl summer anymore.
Let me ask you a very important.
Why?
Let me ask you a very important question. Those delusional men, do they sleep with women?
Of course not.
Okay,
But they get angry. You see them in Pell's comments.
wait.
Oh, she's a modern woman. It's like, no, she doesn't want you because you are a lowlife. Get over it. Go and work. Go to the gym. Go work on yourself. Go out and get a job. Go get some money.
The red pill.
I agree, but this should not be an issue to you, ma'am, if you are not fucking the dudes who are not doing those things. Why do you care what men are doing if you're not fucking them? Oh, you're fucking them.
They just cry about it.
That's what most of the men-centric content tells guys to do. Go to the gym, get your money up, that sort of thing. Learn game.
No, but that's not what they're doing.
I said shit. Me too, Chester. That's the whole basis of this. We have a whole thing about you're not making a point. You're just saying things. When people just talk and talk and talk. Oh, it's the worst. You don't have anything interesting to say that makes sense. I'm just wasting my time listening. Well, that is what I am here for, to make sure we get value out of every moment that you're here. So I appreciate you taking the time.
They're doing it saying, oh, women are delusional. Oh, women want this.
Why?
No,
Why?
women
I got
know
you,
what they
brother.
want.
I got you.
If you want those women, go and do what they want.
You don't
and then you'll be chosen.
You don't have to worry about the men that aren't getting laid and all the women.
Exactly.
They have YouTube comments, but besides YouTube comments, they have no voice in society and they don't exist and nobody gives a shit, right? So this is what I was saying earlier about reality slaps men in the face and shows them their place very quickly, because all these men, reality is showing them their place. There are women who are disagreeable and unlikable and doing wrong things and acting badly and fucking up how to make a man attracted to them, and they're not being slapped in the face by reality because they're still ending up with a partner. So this is the point we're trying to make here. I agree. I know what you're saying about red pill is a whole bunch of bitter, hateful guys. I agree with that.
Yes, can I just drop another?
And I agree as well. I agree as well. As I said before, that's why I've distanced myself from those labels. Because they're like, it's not that I inherently disagree with them. Mike is out. Thank you so much for hanging out, brother. I really, really, really appreciate it. And don't forget about Discord. Yeah, you're in the Discord, so you can hang out with us and talk to us all through that. But thank you. Just said if Pearl didn't have all these girls, we wouldn't have content. Oh, trust me, brother. I would have some content for you. Don't you worry. The fact, a little bit pulling the curtain back. We're just at a time where I cannot I cannot, with a growing channel, have an Andrew Tate thing come out and not cover it. It just, unfortunately, I don't have enough subscribers. If you guys subscribe and support the channel, then I can talk about whatever the fuck I want. But it's, I'm playing the game, and I do absolutely think there's a lot of value that I personally can provide from this mother's club, as you call it. And I appreciate you guys, seeing if I got what I say I got. Have a drink on Jesus. I like that. I will also cheers to that. Anybody drinking? Let's drink. All right. We got exactly 19 and a half minutes of this, and we probably won't make it to the end because they're probably going to do like, okay, well, everybody did. So
Another comment. When I came on your show, they were in my DMs. I'm thinking, do you not have things to do with your life? Like the fact that you sit on Pearl's little comments and then come into my social media and then slide in my DMs. Like, you really have nothing to do with your life.
right. So why are you mad?
On you, or were they? Like,
Oh no, they were calling me misandrous.
Some girls get hit on even after they insult.
Oh, they were calling me a misandrous because of the fact that we just don't want you. Like, get over it.
Thank you, brother.
Internet, though, like I get death threats. I get like people insult me.
Yeah, but
people
it's
make
not
videos.
good enough.
I just think like you go on the internet, duh. Like, yeah, you're gonna get insulted on the internet.
Who hasn't been
But
insulted?
it's obviously quite hard, especially when you're receiving a lot of hate from all these men.
I mean, I've had hundreds of videos made on TikTok like that go after my appearance. It happens to me like every single day.
You called a girl a whale.
She's a Pisces. She's a Pisces.
Pearl.
All right. If she doesn't stop complaining in the next 2 minutes of content, then we're done with this. I am not. I get all this attention, and some of it is negative.
You called somebody a whale. That is a big insult.
One. I called her a whale after she attacked me. After she attacked me, she knocked the mic out of my hand. She called me a slag. I didn't know what that meant at the time. Okay, I had no idea what that meant. She called me a slag, put the mic out of my hand. So of course I'm gonna call her a whale. You attacked me first. That's what they never talk about. You got called a whale because you attacked me.
I missed a good episode. It sounds like.
No, it was a straight interview, and this girl, she like knocks the mic out of my hand, and they're pulling her back. You slag, and I was like, you're effing whale. But it was like that was a response. I've never called someone on my show a whale individually.
But when I came on your show, you were quite rude to me. I'm not gonna lie. No, I'm not gonna lie. The way you conduct your show today was great. Today was great. But when I was on your show last time, you were like, "Why you talk too much?" I'm thinking, who is this woman talking?
Maybe because you talk too much. So I'm gonna assume that's the rest of what the fuck is going on here. So I don't need to hear her bullshit. But this was even when we have she disagreed with everyone, and she wasn't listening, and she was saying things that were not relevant. And again, I'm on my own journey of understanding these content creators, and I saw that Pearl had been very prominent in this space. She'd been doing a lot of work, and I respected that, and the street interviews are great. But then we covered the one-on-one with Brittany Renner. I was like, well, this is kind of fucking boring. And then we get Andrew Tate in the fucking studio with Brittany Renner, and those are the two quietest people of the whole panel. It's frustrating. It's just I hate debates that wander everywhere and don't stay on point. I agree with you. That's why when I am listening to this and I hear, okay, what is the thing that they keep touching on? Even if they don't keep touching on it directly, they keep talking about balance. This whole thing has been about balance. These women of Evan Auntie don't have balance in their lives. And they don't understand that they need balance in their lives. Facts in the film, victimhood is a virtue. Unfortunately, it has become one of the greatest things you can be, a victim. Yeah, she Brittany or this one? She hit the lottery, but she's got to keep it up. Yeah, I mean, this is day in and day out. This is what you're gonna find from too many. Again, not most, not all, too many women. And I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't think a lot of you like it. I don't think a lot of you who are higher on the SMV scale, who are higher value males, I don't think a lot of you like it. But they're going to keep doing it because they believe that they are right. They believe that they have the answers. They believe that whatever they're doing is right and correct by virtue of the fact that they're doing it. So, okay. Then you're going to end up just like Brittany Renner, sitting on a show and asking, I have a child. What do I do? What do I do? Raise the child. This is not unique. These opinions are not unique. And if we don't address them and we don't call them out, then they will spread further and further and further and wider and wider. So I understand that, it can be frustrating to listen to these women. That's somewhat the point, is that we have to endure things that we don't love so that we understand where the problems lie. Not everyone can do it. I get it. If it's too much for you and you got to dip out, then hey, do what you got to do. I get it. If you can't handle this fucking bullshit, I get it. But somebody's got to sit here and break this down and make sure that if we are to get anything out of these women expressing themselves, I'm going to catch it. And I'm going to spread it to you guys. That's what I want. I want this community to be a place where we can look at anything in the world. Be like, oh, wow, did you see this bullshit? But we learned something from it. Or, yo, did you see how awesome this was? Let's learn from that. Either way, we're going to be more educated. We are going to have a better understanding, whatever the case may be. We're going to be better people. You are now better people than you were when this started. And if that's not the goal, I don't really know what we're doing. So I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really, really do appreciate it. You guys know all of the good stuff. Please hit the like button, share, subscribe. That sharing is huge. That share button right beneath the video, there is nothing. I say the like button because, everybody can hit the like button. Most people aren't going to share the video. But legitimately, there's two things that will help a channel and tell YouTube that, like, yo, people are digging this. Number one is sharing the video. And number two is ending one video and then watching the next. I don't expect you guys to watch a whole other thing, especially because I want you guys to come to the Discord and hang out. But I'm just saying, sharing the video is very easy and helps me a lot. But I even you guys don't even have to worry about that. The fact that you are here spending time with me is so meaningful. It is so awesome. I love it, and it fills me with the energy to continue enduring this bullshit and bringing you guys what I can. I just got the email. a couple days ago. Is it right here? Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I just got the email that my Digital Storm new PC is on its way. It's on its way. So we're going to have the whole new setup hopefully within a week or two. And it was not cheap. So if you would like to help out the channel, since we are not yet monetized, you can hit up CashApp or Venmo right here. There's also PayPal and Bitcoin address in the description. But again, it's free to just come here and hang out. It's free to be in the chat and make friends. It's free to hit the like button. It's free to hit the share button. All of that stuff is free. Not for me, but it's free for you. So if you could do that stuff, that would be awesome. And if you don't want to do any of that, and all you want to do is sit there and just enjoy the video, hey, that'd be fine too. Either way, thank you so much for hanging out with me, guys. I hope you enjoyed this party. I am your host, Lech, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace.